And welcome back to another episode of Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. There we go. When we last left our party, they were exploring the Tower of Abjuration, made their way to the top after defeating the strange abomination, this construct called Tomb Tapper, with a giant sledgehammer and a stomach mouth. Put up a bit of a fight, but you guys managed to pin it down, grapple it, knock it prone. It was a whole song and dance before you finally brought the thing low. And then you investigated the actual anvil of conjunction. Here you could destroy any magical item you wanted, and in return, the anvil gave you the first part of the arcane octad, which is to, I believe, shield yourself with a wand made of nether oak. And no one asked any questions about what the hell that is or what that means, and so they left with full confidence, thinking, "Oh yeah, we'll just do that." And they went off to the next tower, the Tower of Conjuration, hoping to perhaps get the second piece. And they kind of lucked out because, yeah, this is exactly where you find the second piece. You also found where you needed to actually go to enact the Arcane Octad, which is this giant elevator that reaches up into the central tower. And so you have to go up to go down, apparently, to get inside. Inside the Tower of Conjuration, you had a nice meal downstairs. It was a hero's feast. And you took a short rest whilst you spent some time role-playing with this strange owl that transformed into a rat, a snake, and a cat. And it was sort of speaking in cryptic messages, saying that it was perhaps part of a puzzle, but didn't know what to do with that. You found a magic chest that can produce non-magical items. And yeah, and then there was a bit of a tense situation between Tracker and Seeker. And well, things settled down a little bit after Faith sort of intervened and tried to calm everyone down. And Tracker put down the cage with the familiar that seemed to be the catalyst of this whole conflict, and then stepped into the door, which teleported them upstairs, where they met an ice devil, as well as some strange sequence on the walls, which was the puzzle matching the familiars. And you pressed in a random sequence, or at least hoping it was the correct one, but unbeknownst, the puzzle had sort of shifted. Well, it was random.
It wasn't the right sequence. It was logically deduced to be the wrong one.
But it was a randomly produced sequence. Yeah, see? Which you didn't know at the time, but had also been randomized the second time. Set off a trap, you fell into a pit. You were like, shrug, walk back out. Tentacles didn't even touch you. You found loads of scrolls on a table and a couple of books detailing some history. And then, after a while, the door reappeared. You could teleport back up. Willow and Seeker are here now. And they used their familiar downstairs to get the right sequence, activate it, and inside one of the drawers was the second part of the octad that you needed, which is to, conjure a flame in one's hand.
Conjure.
Flame hand in the handouts. Summon a flame in the palm of your hand. There you go. And after that, you decided, cool, I think we're done here. Just check open behind this door. You opened it, revealing a strange extra pocket dimension where you can see 3 hags with devilish-like horns swept back over their heads. You can smell the smell of chemicals and cooking as one of them stirs an iron pot in the corner. The other collects ingredients and seems to pour them in. And finally, the third is face to face with you. Their ragged hair tied in ponytails, adorned with skulls of various animals and humanoids. She looks towards you, Tracker, and sort of says,
"Oh, hello, kitty. Looks like we have a stray at our doorsteps."
Oh. This is not the way out.
No, on the contrary, it's more like the way in.
I have a quick question because I wasn't here for the end. Are we all there, or is just Tracker there at the door?
You are where you are on the map. So the door took like a good 10 minutes to recharge before you finally got to open it again, and only Seeker and Willow got teleported up. The rest of you still
It's just
downstairs.
people can enter the door at the same time.
Yeah, it casts Dimension Door, so yeah, only 2 people. Okay, so we just yeah. Okay.
Sorry, did something happen in the
Ignoring
chat?
the
I don't.
No. What are you talking about?
Nothing
Okay.
at all.
many
So
terrible
she
jokes
calls
I could
behind
make.
her. She's like,
Pillage, Plunder. Looks like we have a stray. You're welcome inside if you wish.
Can you fit through
My
the
name
door?
is Pinch.
just barely. He's still a lot. He's a large creature, so he can squeeze. Oh yeah, there you go. That's a little door. What do you do, Tracker? They offer you a step inside.
Looks back to Seeker and Willow. Are we done? Do we continue more?
I'm guessing let's see. Yeah, it's certainly an odd situation from Seeker's perspective.
Why are they here? Why is there a door to scary looking people? This place confuses me.
Magic.
You saying this aloud, I guess?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they'll tell you.
Well, this used to be a spell that the Archmage clearly cast here. We simply took up residence as the place was abandoned.
Oh. I was thinking that you were like working with the Archmage or something. I get it now. So you're dangerous?
No, haven't.
What
Are we dangerous? Not unless you provoke us. Perhaps, in fact, you're looking for a safe haven of your own.
I think we have a safe place. We're just kind of exploring.
I wouldn't be so sure on that. There are dangers unseen.
I don't know what my safe place is.
I'm saying that nowhere is safe here.
For the heck of it, let me run a knowledge to see if Seeker just kind of has lore in bottom decks. If that's it.
About lore about bottom text about.
These creatures. Hags.
Knowing
Yeah.
what these are.
Yeah.
Sure. Roll a history check.
Let's go. Sploingo. Decent to dice. We will add a d4 for pins. Wow. 17.
You know, night hags are. They're usually shape-shifting, deceptive creatures that would rather barter than soon just attack. They would usually only resort to violence as a sort of last resort. Hags aren't necessarily just a fight to be had. They're much more smart and conniving than that. If you're in a fight with a night hag, it's because their bargain's gone terribly wrong, or because you're murderous, murderous hobos who just kill everything. That's the only reason a hag would get into a fight.
Magic is a little bit funny. Sometimes you must cowabunga. But yeah. Seeker will speak up. Much like devil, fiends, deceptive sort. Not quite as our shared problem in, well, you know where Erva Volpine is. Night hags are a duplicitous sort, preferring to barter, making deals, offering, taking. Don't drink anything they hand you.
Oh, dinner's not ready yet, anyway. We're still adding a few more unique ingredients.
Is it
Which
a
you need
magic
to
potion?
procure. Oh no.
Magic potions? Oh, yes. We're adept at alchemy. In fact, if it's something you would covet, then perhaps we can make a deal. A trade.
What does the potion do?
We have many different potions. Potions of invisibility. Perhaps you wish to extend one's life?
What if we made Tracker invisible? How terrifying would that be to be picked up by a giant invisible person?
Oh, yes.
Oh, I already
You'd
have
be able
this.
to do all sorts of things.
Oh,
Oh, really? And does that one end? What if you could be permanently invisible?
why would you want to be invisible forever? That sounds awful.
Inadvised.
How about living forever?
That can be achieved by turning one to stone, becoming invisible, a goat.
I wouldn't mind living forever. Think about the stories you could tell if you weren't worried about time.
You would make an appreciable statue. But I
Would be a
don't think
statue.
that's what you want.
Hey, Fitz, can you explain Willow how it is to live forever?
Who did you ask?
Friendly, helpful ice devil, Fitz.
Oh, right. Fit. The Ice Devil looks around. I guess he's been listening in on this conversation as well.
Living forever is not so bad, as long as you have a cause, a duty. That's what keeps your mind sane.
I could think of stuff to do. But, I mean, I wouldn't want to be stone.
See, looks
You're
like
saying
the
we can't.
Ice Devil knows. But it's a good thing.
You guys saying we can't trust them?
We cannot trust in them, but we can trust them to lie, to cheat, to misinterpret. Consistent, invariable.
I feel a little bit of a judgment from this one. Why are you being so quick to judge us? You've only just met us.
You are not a being that changes their nature, no matter how much one tries. It is a good thing to know what you are.
And what exactly are you?
An opus, I suppose. There's many sub-designations, sub-purposes. Is sub-use it. Is
I mean,
original,
wouldn't
new, acquired.
wouldn't Stef be good at this stuff? Should we wait for the others and let him make a deal with them? We could get some cool stuff and he know it's not a trick. Like I don't know
Yeah, I mean-
immortality from a turn to stone potion, but Steph might.
I don't mind watching him drink whatever they give him. It would be
Jesus.
interesting.
So you protect people from dangers, but not themselves.
If you decide to dip your head into the stew and make it rabbit flavored, that's your business. I have a capacity of what I can do as a professional. I'm here to assist. I have not been asked for more, given more, granted more.
When were you asked for
You
anything?
sound more like... Well, you sound more like machine than man. All this subroutine nonsense. Your programming, if that was to change, wouldn't you change?
I am a wonderful work from my creator, Geppetto. I am
kind of
still a
raise my
machine.
brow.
But, as some machines do, there is a amount I can discover in a map out where I am more.
So you admit then, your possible future could change. You could take on a new you, be different from the others, find a new purpose. Perhaps
No.
we're like that. No,
My
you just
purpose
said
does
that you
not
have
change, but circumstances always do. New things are learned, but there is a consistency in everything. An effect must have a cause, and a cause is from an effect.
Well, circumstances here are certainly different.
Deals
You don't have to think
should
of
be
us as
taken
liars.
away.
Well, I vote for waiting for the wizard.
I'm curious.
The door only
what-
took 10 minutes, didn't it?
That's what was said in the recap. I thought it was like a short rest, which was crazy work, but like, yeah, modules are funny like that.
No, you took a short rest before you touched the door.
I thought I had to wait an hour before people could open the door.
Yeah, as far as I could tell, that was like
No,
what happened.
No,
No, we
Tracker-
made the
Tracker,
decision.
Tracker completed a
not
short
to-
rest. Tracker completed a short rest downstairs. Then
Yeah.
we had the argument. He touched the door. All that happened in that time was Tracker looked over at the desk, triggered the trap, spoke to an ice devil, and then the door recharged again. But there was no short rest in between when Tracker went up.
Yeah. Well, there was an hour. We're just kind of using the term interchangeably, a little bit goofy, but yeah. I thought it was an hour.
It might have been an hour out of game.
I mean, yeah, definitely. 100%.
Yeah, that's because we were going back
Okay.
and forth between
Yeah.
characters downstairs and upstairs. All right. Well, they said, fine, suit yourself. We'll go back to mixing our potions. Oh, Pillage, if you could go upstairs and fetch the finger bones for us. One of them heads upstairs, sort of disappears out of sight. Well, my feet are getting cold, so if you don't mind, I'll be closing the door while you wait. About half an hour. And yeah, a moment later, she closes the door. All right.
Wait.
After 10 minutes, Stef, Roland, the door downstairs does suddenly glow a bright yellow again, and that same arcane symbol appears, conjuration rune.
Oh yeah, I'm touching it.
Yep.
Roland
Faith
wants to
and
come
Snob
with
will
me,
stay
I
down
guess.
here then.
I
Sure.
don't know how this works, Steph. If we have to hold hands or full body embrace.
Just let me put my hand. Just put your hand on my belly.
Hold my beard.
No, just put your hand on my belly.
I want to ride you
Lower.
like a mount.
Lower. Douche.
You appear as as Steph is saying lower, and Roland wants Steph to be your mount. That you hear that as they both appear in the room.
Here, we found some hags that want to make a deal.
Oh,
But Seeker said they would turn me into stone if I'd made a deal with them.
why would they turn you into stone? That seems awfully presumptuous. They could also turn you into a
Well,
frog.
That's why I waited for the wizard.
Me. I can have a look at them.
Okay.
Roland is more interested in the giant frozen bug
Oh,
fiend
right.
thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
I
Oh,
see.
Roland can go ahead first if he wants to.
Have
I'm not in a rush.
you imprisoned another fiendish devil tracker? You've been working very hard. I think you've been paying attention to the lessons I've been giving you.
Oh, this one is fit. He was here before I got here.
Ah, I see. I'd already trapped were you there, behind there. You old fiend, you. Well, what have you got to say for yourself?
So we meet. I was the voice in your head. From earlier.
Don't seem to recall what you're speaking about, to be honest, but never mind. I'll thank you to stay, well, truly out of my head. I have a strong and keen mind, and I'll best you should you try and invade again. You think on that?
I've had many, many years to think. I just wish to leave.
I'll bet you do. Yes, as well. You'll not be leaving by my hand. I think it probably for the best that you just stay put.
And why is that? You see me as some monster?
I don't know anything about you, but you're clearly trapped here for a reason. And you don't look like anyone I know that would allow themselves to be a simple victim. There's something about you I don't quite trust yet.
A victim. I was pulled from my duty in Stygia. That was the wizard's doing.
Wait, what was your...
But my purpose is that of a soldier. I serve in the Blood War, destroying real monsters, demons that would seek to threaten and invade your world, and see it turned into another layer of the abyss. I'm the bulwark, keeping the monsters at bay, so that you can sleep soundly at night.
Well, when you put it like that, maybe you're not so bad after all. A soldier, eh? I see you have yourself there some kind of weapon. Rank and file, were you? Or were you like those bloody cavalry all prancing about on the horses?
Rank and file. The front lines.
Very good. Well, for now, I think you can do less mischief where you are. And we'll come back to you in a minute. I think we'll need to prepare an interrogation chamber for the prisoner before we make a decision as to whether or not they can join our party.
Isn't he in an interrogation chamber?
Yeah, you see there's a ring of sigils circling the ice devil, and he actually kind of goes ahead and tries to tap them, and you see kind of an arcane spark push them back a little bit towards the center, demonstrating that he is firmly stuck inside.
Is Professor Scant? Did they teleport?
Nope.
No, I'm afraid not. It only teleports 2 creatures at a time.
Creatures, right? Okay.
Precious Scant is a magical
yeah.
item, though.
So, can I maybe roll a history on that? Like, maybe I know something about the Blood Wars. Like, as a player, I know about the Blood Wars, but as a character,
Sure, you can roll that. T, what did you want to say? T?
He's muted.
Oh,
I don't know shit
Yeah, it's
about
me.
the Blood Wars.
But yeah, whatchamacallit. I'll let Seeker sass. And I suppose if you won, you would go and be a farmer, yes? Start a family. Pray to the gods. Take up knitting.
I won't indulge your judgments. I heard what you said about the hags, but I have a duty to perform. The Blood War needs me.
Do not worry. You'll be where you need to be soon enough. Well, from your perspective.
If you intend to kill me, that would serve me all the same.
No. You have your uses. But the burning red-hot blade needs to be quenched for it can be held. Be patient, sharp one.
I am nothing but patient.
And you see them sit back down and kind of lower their head, holding the spear perfectly vertical to the ceiling. It's almost like they're a
Vertical
frozen
to the
statue when they're not moving. Yeah. So
Roland will, for the remainder of any conversation, just be walking round him as if the way a kind of field marshal might inspect a garrison standing to attention or something. He's just kind of taking in his this fiend or devil's stance. Yeah, like a sort of uniform inspection day. Just wandering round.
yeah,
Very straight.
he does seem to have that posture. Yeah.
Mhm. I mean, I do want to ask him one thing, right? I don't know a lot about the Blood Wars as a character, but I would like to ask him who he fights for.
Who he fights for is a little bit of a complicated question.
Since
Not answered in the monster.
there are many I serve under. If you are speaking of my direct hierarchy, then that would be whoever is in charge of Stygia as of right now.
Oh, Stygia, you say.
That's a
Have you ever heard of the
complicated,
name Gloria?
No. I've been trapped in here for hundreds of years. For all I know, Stygia may have melted.
Oh, I can assure you it's quite certainly still around. In fact, I'm the next in line to be a general of that place.
You? We're comrades then.
I guess we kind of are, right? Well, just 1 second. Where do I have the damned thing? No, that's not it. Last Diagonian Maid. Nope, that's not it. Yeah, can I pull out like my contract with Gloria and kind of give him a ring? Because he is the one who wants to be the ruler of Stygia, if I remember correctly.
That was his step one. Was yes, freeing Levistus.
Yeah.
And forming a alliance with him to overthrow Asmodeus.
I feel like that could be an interesting conversation to be had, right?
You know what's even more interesting?
Oh boy.
Or rather, even more interesting, right? Because we know the guy who wants to control it.
If this guy has no loyalty to Glory, what if he's gonna fight Glory in there?
Well, yeah. So he wants to get out and fight for the house, right? Like I feel like we can have two devils make a deal here. That's not off the table, right?
Yep, and if that was in any way advantageous to us in our dealings with the thing in the library.
Yeah, get on the good graces of the guy, right? We bring him a powerful soldier thing, kind of. I don't know. I just kind of want to see where this goes after he mentions Stygia.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
In that case, then you try to like call upon glory.
Yeah,
It's not
I'll
necessarily
take the
like a
contract and
telephone or
roll it
anything.
in. I'll take the contract and kind of roll it into a banana shape. Just like, no.
Okay.
Speak through it like a megaphone.
Future general reporting in. I have assets to requisition. Is this thing
Hello,
on?
this is London calling. Over.
Oh, that's London.
Sure.
Are you receiving me?
Yeah, I guess after a few moments, at least, I don't know, it's not actually a direct line, but I will say this. You kind of curling up the contract in a way and trying to bend it into this shape
Yeah,
causes
you
perhaps
see where I
just
was
a little
going with
bit.
this? I didn't want to say
Yeah, it
carrot.
just. No, but I will say that it causes just a little bit of crumpling towards the contract, almost as if someone were like screwing it up. But shortly afterwards, yeah, you see a swirl of sand appears in the room, and as it coalesces, it reaches to the full height of a person, and as it suddenly falls away, you see a purple-skinned tiefling standing there with incredibly, well, you'd say, beautiful-looking features and kind of dangling curly hair, and he wears a long dark robe, and in a hand he holds a staff that seems to have like an inverted hourglass at the top, and sand seems to be swirling back into that, containing itself within it. And at the other end of the staff, it looks like it's sharpened to a point, much like a spear. As he kind of brushes some hair aside and sifts the rest of the sand off his shoulders, he looks around the room, takes notice of the ice devil, and then looks towards you, Stef,
No.
and says, "You are
Anybody?
not damaging that contract I gave you, are you?"
No. Just, you know, looking at this thing, maybe this brings back some memories. I remember you were in a quite similar situation. So, anyway,
Yes, this is
let's
like deja vu.
keep this short. This guy says he's fighting for like some ruler of Stygia, or the rightful heir of the place. Felt like you might take an interest in him.
An ice devil. Haven't seen one of these in a while. As of right now, Levistus would be the leader of Stygia. Except
Well,
he used to be.
Well, considering he's been stuck here for a couple of 100 years and really wants to get out, I think his allegiances might be flexible.
On the contrary, we need more who are serving Levistus.
Oh,
Your
I
captain was betrayed by Asmodeus, imprisoned, much like you are, in fact. I'm seeking to free them. Perhaps you would like to serve your captain if you were both free, and maybe even seek justice against this unjust imprisonment. And the devil kind of looks back at them, tilts their head, and kind of clacks their mandibles.
I serve Stygia. If Levistus is the ruler, then I follow his word like law.
Great. Excellent. Well, then, looks like we might be working together sooner than later. I just need to get you out of here, that's all. Oh, it's a simple magic circle. Oh, you've been stuck in this for how long? It doesn't matter.
Weren't you stuck in a magic circle as well?
No. Frozen in ice. Petrified.
I'll throw some shade.
Yes, a little embarrassing, but Avarice used my own magic against me. I didn't realize she used powers from Levistus themselves. But the last thing I expected was one of my own to turn against me. Betrayal is it's an unseen blade. It is the deadliest.
Well,
I should thank you, Stef, for bringing this to my attention. They will make a fine asset to the cause.
oh yeah. About the, we might help. Need your help later with. You see, there's kind of like another devil here. Yeah, he's like he seems very
devil.
or is it a devil or a demon? I forgot. Like
Neither.
Fiend.
It's a
Oh, well,
Yugoslav.
neither. Okay. I think he called himself a Chigolov. Either way, I feel like his operations might slightly inconvenience yours. So when the time
There are
is
lots
right,
of inconveniences.
can I give you a ring?
I would rather you didn't do that by crumpling up the contract. Here, let me straighten that out for you. And he kind of does a little prestidigitation to straighten out the parchment.
Mm.
And as you know, my time is very important. But if you think it's worth putting some little time aside for it,
Well, so far I've called you up to free you and deliver you a mighty general. I'm sure it will be worth your time.
all right, Steph. I trust you then. And in that case, yes, you can give me a ring, as you put it. Though, did you say a Yugoloth?
Oh yes.
They are a little problematic. Prone to swapping sides at a moment's notice.
Yeah, exactly. We don't really want to make a deal with him or anything. We also don't really trust him, you know. Like maybe you recognize the place we are. Says he's looking for like things to take controls of the hells, kind of blocking our way. I feel like it's
Well, I'm
better
no
for
s-
all of us if that doesn't come to pass.
Well, I'm no stranger to mercenaries, so might be able to even to sway him to my side, but we'll have to see what he says. At least give him the
Well,
option, you know?
we'll cross that road when it comes to it.
Yes, very well. All right, yes, give me a call then, and I'll be ready to help you out if you need. As for this ice devil, you don't mind me freeing them?
Oh no! I don't know. His story was quite sad, you know. Soldier duty, being locked up here forever. You know, it tugs at the heartstrings.
Right.
Are you in need of him right now? May I borrow him
Not
for a
right
bit?
now, no. They kind of look towards you, Tracker, narrow their eyes. For what exactly?
Test of strength.
I suppose there is a quick way to get them home, isn't there? Sure. What did you have in mind? A duel? A fight to the death?
Doesn't have to be to the death, because death for him is less problematic as it is for me.
How about may I suggest a thing? How about a friendly arm wrestling competition?
A quiz.
Just by the size of your...
Hmm?
Yeah, let's all sit around and have a pop trivia quiz. The winner can get the river Styx.
What is River Styx? Oh, sure.
It's a river that
That's
runs through
Yeah,
the
no,
nine
I
hells.
thought about River Styx.
Oh,
No, but my mind was
hell?
this fish sticks, you know?
Oh, I was thinking of Gehenna, but that makes some more sense.
That is once I gain control of the nine hells. I'll be able to allocate any little strip of land. So, I'll disable the barrier. And with a few waves of his hand, you see the ice kind of begin to melt around them. The arcane runes sort of dim down. And you see the ice devil kind of click their head. They do push their spear out towards the outer edge, just to test if this isn't just an illusion or anything. But as soon as it's free, it begins to skitter out of the circle.
Damn, a lot of trust issues for a guy who got put in a trap by wizards.
Finally, freedom.
Oh, there's a wall.
Good for you. Oh no, now Tracker's in the trap.
It's a magic circle. Magic circles shouldn't be able to contain me.
Oh, that's...
It's
I mean,
disabled
it's
regardless, don't
so
fear not.
nothing happens.
So what do you want to do, Draga?
I do want to challenge him to a fight to incapacitation.
This is
All
like
right,
so
then.
elaborate.
Not really stakes
See-
attached, just see how strong I am. And maybe for him to prove himself to be strong enough to fight in the Legion. After all this time.
Glory goes and hops over to this chair, crosses their legs and sits down. And says, well, let the fight commence.
I think Roland would be saying, is this absolutely necessary, Tracker? We're here in the middle of an unexplored city with all manner of things trying to kill you, and you have to go and set up a bloody competitions just to prove how big your muscles are. For goodness sake.
Seeker will raise his hand and
I
place
hope
it on his shoulder.
I hope it knocks some bloody sense into your head for a change. But God knows the rest of us have failed.
You're all gonna have your fun later.
Seeker will put a hand on Roland's shoulder. A purpose is a wonderful thing. Allow him to
Come
execute it. Sit
Why
back.
can't I use my rage?
Enjoy the view.
And Roland looks at Seeker, rolls his eyes as well, and says, "And the last thing that we need to make this worse is you prattling on in double-meaning sentences. I'm the only one with a shred of sanity in this whole bloody group." And he huffily goes and sits himself down.
It is so weird.
Would you
Okay.
care for some what I'm complaining about you being a soldier, a paladin, the very fabric of your character?
No, not you guys. Only that guy. Oh wait, sorry. I meant to do the C aura.
Thanks for the temp HP.
No, you don't get temp HP.
You've already got temp from the feast, anyways.
Feast.
All right, it makes
I have max.
13.
I thought the feast was
That
max
is
HP.
not a save.
No, it is max. Anyway, so they take 8 points of lightning damage.
That's correct.
Very cool. All right.
Think. Squish.
1. Oh, fuck. I forgot Hunter's Mark. Hey, you know what? I'm not gonna Hunter's Mark this one.
Okay.
That's my turn. Let's see how they. You're
Yeah,
up.
the creature looks back at you. I think he's intelligent enough. With a whopping
Is he?
18 intelligence. Yep. He's smarter than everyone here, pretty much.
He makes contracts. He knows how legalese works. Very cool, Fiend.
I would say also, I don't know how you would rule this, Senrith, but I think Roland has probably taken a bit of a shine to this ice soldier, and I think he and Tracker would have the benefits of the aura if either of them have it.
Based
Oh,
on-
right. Okay. Sure. Then that would make it a save on that first one. Well, since that was stated afterwards, I'll let that first one slide. But I think after realizing now Tracker is starting to hack into this thing, yeah, you kind of it's shown nothing but kind of honor and respect. Even letting Tracker take the first swing. All right, straight after that though, it looks towards you, and its compound eyes seem to scan your body and then your head.
Your eyes. You have the blessing of Aura. I guess it's all claws and teeth then.
And he lunges forward, going to strike with the spear, but feigns. And as you kind of parry that out of the way, it lunges and sinks its mandibles into your neck, dealing a whopping, piercing. Yeah, well, actually, I would say whopping,
6
but
damage.
half of that. 6 damage, yeah. Straight after that, set of claws swipe towards you, almost abandoning the spear for a moment. Still, even with half damage here, it's doing a decent job of scratching through your defenses. And lastly, as they kind of pull back and away from your retaliation, a tail swings round. But that you managed to kind of take the blow and resist its impact. And it's your turn.
Okay. Let's do this. Can I topple? Oh wait, that's
yeah.
how it works.
You have to. There you go.
He succeeds.
So I think that's a success. Yeah.
Is it a success?
Even with the especially with the aura, yes.
Yeah.
The DC was 18. Oh, he's within range.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you notice this at this point, like what might have been the perfect opportunity to trip them up. You see, Roland's almost bolstering aura, just keeping them steady.
Maybe
Damn it,
Roland's
Roland.
Maybe Roland's shouting from back.
That's right. Thrust forward, back on guard. Yes, use your shield, move around them. They're very good. You're very well trained. I'd love to meet your drill sergeant one day.
Fantastic. Another quick zap. Yeah, he makes that one.
Definitely a success.
Is it half damage?
Half damage, yes.
Yeah, okay. Ooh, that's a hit. That's a hit. You hear the crunch of chitin and ice in their body kind of shattering and breaking.
Oh. Slicing damage? Question mark?
That one, yes. If the great axe has slash.
It does.
Nice.
Okay, roll
and it has
how much?
daggering. Isn't that
3.
1 plus half proficiency down? So that is
3 it is.
3.
Mm-hmm.
Cool stuff.
Anything else? Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
Okay. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, we'll try something different anyway. Though the multi-attack is a bit strange. Action, bonus action, not bonus. Okay, yeah, sure. He lunges forward with the ice spear. And you see a blistering cold begin to seep up and over your body. That's the save. Con save. And I think with the aura, what does that make it, Roland?
+4 from the aura.
13.
So 13 is still a fail. Okay.
My turn.
All right. Now, whilst the cold has no effect on you, it does seem to kind of freeze up your movements as the ice kind of warps its way around your body, stifling your movements. And whilst you're under this effect, your speed is reduced by 10 feet, and you can only take either an action or a bonus action on your turn, not both. And you can't take reactions.
Okay.
Okay. After that, you'll finish off his multi-attack with a quick bite. Misses, I think. Yeah.
No, that's
Right.
actually a hit.
No, it's a hit. Damn, okay. Yeah, I forget you're not wielding your shield anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and a heavy hit with the tail as well.
If anything similar to fucking standard rave of armored defense is just not a lot.
It leaves you a little winded, but it's your
If
turn.
only I had the dwarf of belted dwarven kinds.
Yeah, whoever has
Oh, your
it.
turn.
Eyeballs.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Now you're going reckless.
Yep.
You hit
Why
yourself.
am I hitting myself?
Why does this keep happening?
Stop hitting
Question.
yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
It
Stop
is.
hitting
It should be
yourself.
Yeah.
punctured. Oh wait, that's on a. Was it puncture
no.
crit on a 19
No.
only?
You didn't
not punctured?
puncture it on the.
I thought I
What
saw
did
puncture.
I-
come up.
I rolled
did,
a
but it's
21
not-
with
it's
my
bugged.
King's Trident.
Not a puncture.
Not a
Okay.
puncture. Okay. Never mind. Then it's not a crit. Still 24
Nope.
damage.
Big hit.
Come on.
Following him up with a second swing. Looks like
and,
that reckless
plus
did matter.
for slicing both times. Well, not sure about the second time.
Oh, wait a minute. You're attacking with the axe, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay. So you notice as you're swinging down as hard as you can, the cracks in its body aren't forming nearly as fast as when you were using the trident.
Wait. Are you saying that's because he has resistance to non-magical weapons?
Yes, I am.
Does that also apply when I'm infusing my Great Axe with my Giant's Havoc?
Oh, you tell me. Does it say it becomes a magic weapon?
Yeah, this is a martial, but it's like a not an absolute.
It does. Well, it does get the returning property. It
Mhm.
doesn't specify
That it
it
overcomes
becomes
magic
weapon.
resistance. No, then.
Okay.
You did nearly bloody it then, if it wasn't for that unnatural, infernal resistance.
Okay.
Is that your go?
Yes, because I can't use my bonus action. Oh wait.
Perfect.
Did you apply the slicing damage?
No, how much was it? 6, right?
If it applies twice, it's 6.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it does. Okay. So you do bloody it. Perhaps there is some cracks formed enough that it's kind of blackish blood is pouring out, and as it lands onto the floor, it instantly freezes. It looks like a slip of black ice. You need to make a Constitution save at the end of your turn.
Oh.
Yeah, for the juice on you.
19.
Okay, that is a success. So you do get your bonus action back, but let's see. Spear time again. Yeah, you know what?
Also reaction? Well,
Yes, you get your
Right, right,
reaction back as
okay.
well.
mhm.
Okay. This guy has plenty of magics he can use, but he's not bothering with you. Okay.
Mhm.
He's going to go in with the ice spear once again. Now he's got reckless. You got... Ooh, that's a hit and a half.
Manly, barrel-chested men beating the shit out of each other at the top of a wizard's tower.
I'm paralyzed again. Well, adult.
It's more dazed
Oh, dazed.
and
that's the one.
adult, yeah. I guess it's both, but yeah.
Yeah, it'd be way fucking worse if it was paralyzed.
Oh yeah, God. I'm just checking what the spear does. Since you're slinging in masteries, I'm like, the spear is sap. Yeah, you know what? You can be sapped as well. You can have disadvantage in your next attack. This guy is a trained soldier, it makes sense. After that, he will go in with the tail again. Where is that? Here we go.
$19.
Yeah, all good hits. And then another bite. Just a combination attack. Attacking with all limbs. Imagine if you were a normal mortal man, you'd be unable to defend from such an assault on 3 different fronts, like your low legs, your mid form, and then your upper sections. It would just mangle enemies in front of them in a front line, which makes sense for having to deal with monstrous creatures that don't have the usual anatomy you're expecting. After that, it's your turn again.
Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do something different. I'm gonna shove him on the ground.
Okay.
Athletic.
Oh, fucking hell.
Double 2s, yikes. Well, I rolled a 4. So
Let's go,
you still
baby.
succeed on a 2. Incredible. Alright, you push him prone.
And now I'm gonna grapple him.
Yo.
Ooh. Wow,
These
there's some better rolls
rolls,
here.
bro.
2 to 4. Hey, at least they went on
Okay.
attacks, I guess. I do succeed on that one, though.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
though they're kind of scrambling around on the ground, their multi-limbed appendages are able to like kick you away.
Okay. I shouldn't be reckless anymore. Oh, that's why.
Is that both your attacks?
That's both my attacks. Yes. I'm gonna end my turn here.
Okay. Unfortunately,
Oh,
they
wait,
do
I
scramble back to their feet.
can take a step back.
You can move, yeah.
Can I? Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you want to provoke an attack from them?
Yeah. It's disadvantage because they were prone.
Yeah, okay. Sure. They'll I guess they'll use their spear since it's kind of got that reach.
If it's with reach, it shouldn't be an
They do
attack of
miss.
opportunity.
Either way, it's a miss. But they've got bite, claw. They're both 5 feet. Okay. But yeah, you're able to like leap up out of that just in time. Now they're back on their feet.
Another con save, right?
Yeah, you
End
do
of my
get to make a
turn.
con save. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Leave it to
17.
Roland, that's a success. So yeah. Okay. Standing back up, kind of straightens themselves out. And does a single thrust forward. You can tell there's a very good form behind it. Years of training have perfected this lunge.
Oh my god. 14?
You're fortunate this isn't to the death. Else I would drain your blood dry and freeze every vein in your body.
Is the portion of the magic damage he does from the ice spear not frost damage?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I
been
don't
taking-
get the damage.
Yeah, he doesn't take frost damage. He's immune.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. If you've been noticing on tracker, every time he's taken damage,
Oh,
it's
okay.
popped up that they're -8 instead of 29.
Yeah,
So he's been tanking. He's been doing good.
Okay,
Yeah, this
hold
would
on.
have been so much fucking worse if he didn't have ice
I don't know what
immunity.
the DC is, but I probably failed it.
Yeah, you got 14 this time, right?
Yes.
That's just a fail, I'm afraid. And
Okay.
it's your turn again. No bonus.
Does that include the aura?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
You
Uh,
gave the aura to the ice devil, right? Sorry, I had to go to the
Both.
other room for a second.
Both,
He did.
both
He
of them.
did, yeah.
Oh, probably.
Yep.
Still going with the axe.
Yep.
All right. I'm afraid that time they bring up the spear and it connects with the axe, blocking it.
Wow.
Ooh. I think that's going to be a block as well.
Oh
Yep.
no!
There's just no way that you could win. That was a master stroke.
Your strength
It's so
is
hard
waning.
for the mortal man.
I will finish this fight. These are not magics. This is training. Regimented.
Okay. And he will try to finish this off. Oh my god, he crits, doesn't he?
Oh, fuck.
Ah!
Yep.
He said something cool!
A cool bonus. Oh no.
Cinema!
Okay.
He did get the cinematic finish there. That was insane.
Oh, wow. I rolled well once.
You did roll
Wait,
well.
what?
And you did?
How did
He's
it-
on 2 HP. What the fuck?
It's the
Yeah,
wow.
other guy
good
who's
incredible.
back
How?
Up to
Hmm?
15 piercing.
Why is it... Yeah, 30.
30
Half
piercing.
is 15.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, he survives.
Mm-hmm.
I still have that combination of attacks though, and they
Yeah.
Yeah,
look down at you.
Yeah.
You survived that hit. Impressive. You're a worthy combatant. But I'm afraid it doesn't compare to the armies of the Nine Hells.
Sheesh, the ship dog. Look at him go.
Well, I think with that, the mandibles rip into your neck once again. This time from the other side. How he started the fight, he then finishes it from the other side. Blood spurts across the decorated wizard tower, carpeting the floor, and you fall to one knee. And they stand back, slam their spear into the floor, and kind of raise their head high and like resume a guardsman-like posture. And the slow clap from the corner as Glory kind of stands to their feet and says, "Well, well, Stef, you really found me a warrior. I mean, I've got to say, I didn't think much at first, but ice devils, what they lack in appearance, they make up for on the battlefield, it seems."
I think he has beautiful eyes.
And as for you, get to your feet, soldier.
Oh, wait. Is it addressing me? What?
Yeah, he will just touch your shoulder and stabilizes you. And you come back on like 1 HP, basically.
Question. Was
Hmm.
I considered knocked out or death's door with the exhaustion?
It would have been unconscious to 0, basically. So yeah, you would have suffered a level of exhaustion from it.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, that was a fair fight, all things considered. You satisfied now? Can I take my little devil home with me?
I am satisfied. Next time, if we were to meet, I hope we won't have to fight each other on opposing sides.
Oh,
That could be arranged, you know. You seem to have a bit of a death wish, Tracker. If you truly wish to fight for all of eternity, I could offer you the same sort of deal I offered Stef. A place in my army, a general.
I
oh
am
hell yeah,
not
Tracker!
ready
We're
for
gonna be
such a
buddies
deal
forever.
yet.
Yet. Okay. Those are words I can work with. I'm sure you've still got a lot left in you yet. But death can come at the most unexpected times. I might appear again at the moment when all goes dark and offer you it one last time. And you've noticed, by the way, when they did stabilize you, it's not through some weird healing magic, but rather it feels as though your blood just stops dripping. In fact, the part where it probably was dripping from your wounds, you can see like a single drop seems to be stuck in time, just about to hit the floor. So it's like he froze your moment of death almost, rather than healed you. With that, though, they sort of step over towards the devil, and a contract appears, which you see the devil kind of eyeing up, and he hands it to them. You can read that while we're on our way back. I'll be hearing from you soon, Steph. As for the rest of you, this has been fun, entertaining. I must take my leave.
Always great seeing you around. I hope all goes well with conquering and slaughtering and stuff.
And same to you. I don't know exactly what you're up to here, but
Oh,
well,
digging for epic spells.
Getting rid of the
Ah.
fight god.
Hell yeah, and fight god.
no, it takes me back.
Well,
Reminds me of Baba Yaga's dancing hut. Anyways, farewell for now. And you see them kind of tap their staff to the ground, and that swirling sand again envelops both he and the devil.
Farewell.
And yeah, the ice devil disappears as well, whilst seemingly reading, perhaps even signing this contract.
What
And
happened to my
yeah,
contract?
did you? Sorry, you kind of got talked
No.
over a little bit. Did you say you wanted one?
No. No, from previous session, he was writing up a contract while he was still trapped.
Ah, yeah, that one. Yeah, he did have that, but I don't think that's applicable now, since
It's never
you've
signed.
figured out the puzzle. I think it's at this point, perhaps, that Faith and
Mm-hmm.
I guess Fangpaw Jaw would be the most obvious pick.
What about
So I'm just going to
Never!
send him up here.
Snarp or
It's Fangpaw Jaw with Faith riding them.
I'm glad you could join us.
Oh,
My legs were getting very
what did I
stiff.
miss?
Oh,
Did I miss anything?
nothing that big. It's we kind of summoned like a demon lord here, and Tracker fought an ice giant devil.
Ice Devil.
Yes,
Yes, T.
I think it's fair to say that. Oh, sorry, T. On you go.
Go ahead.
I think it's fair to say that Tracker got a lesson in how discipline invariably triumphs over aggression and anger on the battlefield. And I think you should take more notes from me, Tracker.
Seeker will cut in here. Encounter with squatters, night hats, deceptive sorts, trustable, and you can trust them to lie. That one, he gestures at Stef, F, brought his contractor, pilfered the devil, after a fulfillment.
Oh my goodness, Faith. Faith says, "You got wounded."
Did.
Ah, we need to patch you up. But squatters? You mean like outsiders? They're not supposed to be here, I guess.
Like fiends.
What do we do with them?
Hmm. I am unsure. They could have their uses. It would be easier to kill them. So, they've had time to prepare.
Well,
Mm.
I don't know about you
Kill
guys,
them.
but it smells very tasty in here.
We were thinking of using a canary in this coal mine. Go on. You just kind of wave Stef forward.
A canary. Okay.
Love it.
Do you want some healing first, Tracker? I should say, like,
Ornithology,
a
but
healing
I'm
word or
clearly
something?
I don't know so much about ornithology, but I'm clearly a lizard.
Oh, she.
Oh, well.
Okay, she has healing
Wow.
word. Yes.
Yeah, I'll chuck you a healing word since
And a lesser
you look a
restoration,
bit
maybe.
injured. Lesser restoration as well. Yeah, sure. There you go. Get rid of that
He keeps the
exhaustion.
exhaustion,
Yeah.
even though it wasn't a fight to the death.
Yeah.
It was
Ah.
agreed to go to 0,
Mm-hmm.
to unconscious,
Oh,
and when you
fair
go to
enough.
0, you gain a level of exhaustion. That's how it goes. Now Faith is out of second level slots, but you healed up a bit. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Steph. Do you want to head over to the door?
Sure, I'll go and knock on the door.
Mhm.
Hello? Anybody in there?
The door swings open. You see Auntie Pinch is by the door again. She says, "Oh, another visitor. And your horns, they're like ours."
Oh yes, very similar, but very obviously mine are more beautiful. No offense meant. I won
I
the
wouldn't want
best
to be
horn
beautiful.
contest in my magic school 3 times in a row. Oh,
And what can I do
the
for you on
secret,
this fine day?
the secret is rubbing bird excrement into them 3 times a week.
We have some of that lying around.
Yes. Oh, and might I say, it just smells heavenly in here. Might I ask what you're cooking up there?
Well,
My
as it
point.
happens, it's our own skincare routine.
Oh, it's a
A
skincare
potion
routine.
of... Oh, yes. A potion which will extend one's life.
Well,
I'll give you the opportunity to roll Arcana checks at this point.
Sure. Give me 1 second. It's lagging when I'm opening it. Normal. Oh.
Yes, Steve?
I was
Oh,
gonna
boy.
have a moment. Honestly, let's see what happens. I think everyone's sort of mesmerized by the car crash about to happen.
Yeah. Actually, while
Um,
that's happening, I am going to upcast a cure wounds at level 2 on tracker.
Okay, cool.
Just
Yeah, you have no idea what kind of potion that might be.
No, I have a spectacularly wrong idea about.
I think I know
what
why.
potion
I think
might
I know
be.
why. I think I know why people are having trouble moving here. It's because there's a wall here. It's
Yeah.
the arcane barrier that I set up, but is no longer here. There you go. You should be able to move now. Anyway, yeah, you have no idea what that kind of potion entails, to be honest.
Well, it smells just delightful. Did you use avocado in there? I'd recognize the smell anywhere.
A what? A volcano?
Avocado.
Oh, avocado. Oh, well, something along those lines. Yes. In fact, weirdly, yes. How did you know? You've got a good nose on you. That's so bizarre that you mentioned that, Steph, because I mentioned Baba Yaga's hut just a moment ago. This is a coven of hags, of which there's loads in Baba Yaga's, and in that one, weirdly, for some reason, I made Baba Yaga like obsessed with avocados. I don't, such a bizarre, weird coincidence.
Well, what I'm going for is I rolled a net 1, right? You said I have no idea. No, I have the absolutely wrong idea about what it is on a net 1.
Yeah, but somehow stumbled and guessed it anyway. Yes, she does say that's actually a key ingredient in this. You just don't know what the potion is, but that's what you smell.
Well, as it so happens, I have an arm that's like kind of a bit rough, lost the smoothness of its scales. Maybe I can put some of that on there.
Indeed, yes, you could. It would help with a great number of things, actually. You're willing to sort of trade for it, perhaps? You do something for us, the potion is all yours.
I mean, if we're doing a culinary exchange, I have those magical purple chaos pears. I could give you one of those.
May I? She asks to sort of inspect this.
Sure, I'll give her one of the pears.
Okay. She looks it over for a moment, and you see her going to cast a spell. And I would say that you could roll an Arcana check to figure this one out, but since hags use such weird magic, it's a little bit harder to identify their spells.
Okay,
but,
I'll roll Arcana. Well, better this time.
Yeah, despite that, they seem to be, perhaps for your sake, using rudimentary somatic components. They're casting Identify on it. And they say, oh, okay, so it's a one-time use effect. Sort of has a usual chaotic type of magic to it. Well, whilst these are novel, I don't think they're quite as... they're not quite as, how do we put it, equal in comparison. This potion is worth, in your mortal world, thousands of gold. Not that we're looking for gold, but it has to be of something of equal measure.
I will look at her really confused. Thousands of gold? That's an expensive skincare routine, lady.
Oh, but trust me.
Funny line to add is
worth
like, and it doesn't even seem to work on you.
I'll say though, since everyone else has been listening in, anyone else who wants to roll that Arcana check to sort of figure out what kind of potion she's talking about, now that she's mentioned it's worth thousands.
Yeah, sure, what the heck. Let's see if I just miraculously roll high. Funny.
Faith is a little bit in the know-how.
Wave to the rescue.
Yeah, to her it does sound similar to a potion of longevity.
Okay.
She's never had one in her life, never seen one, but she's perhaps just heard of it.
I will preface
And
this by saying I have no fucking clue what a potion of longevity is.
It
Longevity
extends the one's life, and to so it just basically it extends your life, but in addition to that, it'll also reduce your exhaustion level to 0. So it is like it's better than a great restoration. In fact, it's like one of the best ways to reduce exhaustion in the game. And you see the thing that they kind of bottle up as they're like picking out a ladle into the iron pot is a amber liquid with a tiny heart suspended in it that against all reason is still beating inside the vial.
What exactly are you looking for then?
Well, let's think. Since you don't have anything on your possession that might match the value, perhaps you could go on a little errand and fetch something from Yithrin for us.
Well, depends on what it is.
If I gave you 1,000 gold.
I actually do
That
think we
would
have
pay
a couple
for-
of gold on us, but
That would pay for a portion of it.
These are actually worth 9,000 gold. That's how good they are.
I mean, you said supposedly it's a
They're
potion of longevity.
legendary potions.
Yeah,
I got-
there's entire
That's what
plots
she's-
in multiple fiction about the concept of people going fucking insane over things that extend their life.
Yeah.
Of
Well,
course.
I'm already insane. So.
She will say this. She says,
Well, we're looking for perhaps a little fairy tale like item. A bag of magical beans. Most would mistake it for a pile of rubbish, but I assure you they hold quite interesting properties. We heard that some of the wizards might have procured some.
and you see one of the hags behind them kind of wave a book in the air. And it looks like one of them from the shelf that you were inspecting, Tracker. And it's just like a list of different, like it's like a catalog maybe of different magical items that it's the back of the DMG. Let's put it that way. And it seems as though they've, from their understanding, a bag of beans does exist somewhere within the city.
We just haven't been able to find it yet. But using that good nose of yours, if you can pick out an avocado, I'm sure you can keep a nose out for some beans.
Right, somewhere we're going anyway, right?
Well, that's certainly a first. Somebody declining delicious pears over some beans. But I'm not to judge your culinary choices. Speaking of which, before I go on, I'm still kind of hungry. Do you have anything lying around? Some home cooked food? I heard hags make.
Oh, yes, certainly.
I heard hags make delicious cockroach muffins.
We have cockroach pie.
Oh, never heard of that one. Is it filled with cockroaches?
Of course, and all kinds of little creepy crawlies.
I'll
Gives
take
it a
it
nice
for it.
crunch.
She
I'll have it
beckons
for it.
you in. Sure, she like beckons you in for a moment.
Here you go, dearie.
And she cuts you a piece of cockroach pie that she hands you. Do you
Yeah, sure.
Stef Okay.
I'll gulp it down in like one giant bite.
Okay. They look at you and they look towards one another with quite a surprised expression on their faces. I've never met anyone who's so readily eaten a piece of that.
Have you never seen your sisters eat it?
Oh, well, aside from those, but
Well,
everyone else thinks it's vile and disgusting, but you've got a good taste.
there's a lot of simpletons out there in the world who have no appreciation for the culinary arts of the magical.
Hmm.
Also, very
Such a
nice. I
polite
like
young man.
I like the slight tones of blood magic in there. Very nice.
Oh yes, picked those up on a little excursion to Gehenna, but that's old hat. We're into alchemy now.
Well, if I'll find you a bag of beans, I'll sure to remember you. And thanks for the food.
I have a good feeling you won't forget about Auntie Pinch, Plunder, and Pillage.
About what?
And as she's, that's their names, Pinch, Plunder, and Pillage. And
Oh.
as they're reeling off these names, you can't help but notice that one of the hags is actually missing in the room. But yeah, she says, "Well, yes, keep your eye out. We'll be here."
Bye bye.
And as you're
Auntie.
looking around the room, as you're looking around the room, there's a load of other little trinkets and vials, potions on shelves, and there is strange-looking bags on a coat peg as well that are all stitched together and have this kind of weird white wispy nature spilling out of the top.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, they have comebacks.
That's no, it's a soul bag. But regardless, you've probably never seen one of those before.
I see. Oh.
It's like a ghostly wisp. But yeah,
Auntie, 1 second before I go. Do you happen to have a branch of Never Oak lying around here?
no, we don't.
I see. Well, maybe you would know. Do you happen to know what Never Oak is? Is it those weird flesh trees outside?
Nether Oak. Plunder, you've got the book on that, I think. On the Arbitorium? She looks around and pulls another book off her shelf. Opens it up. And again, this one looks like it belongs to Yithrin. And yeah, sure enough, she says, yes. You want to go to the dome, the one with all the trees in it. There's an ancient oak tree in there. That is what the Netherese call the Nether Oak.
Oh well, thanks for the heads up. It's always a pleasure visiting Auntie. I'll be on my way then. Happy cooking.
Happy adventuring. Let me just check. Yeah,
and don't forget bird excrement 3 times a week.
That's where they said you will find it. It's a large dome.
Yeah. I figured you pointed out at the start of the session that we have no clue who better to ask.
Yeah, that's right.
Witches.
That was a good time to ask. Yeah, yeah. So the Nether Oak grows at the heart of this place. So,
okay.
They'll give you a bit more information as well. They'll say, for centuries, Netherese mages crafted their wands and staffs from the wood of the oak. It's saturated in profane magic.
So
Oh.
have fun with that.
Hmm. Well,
right.
yeah, I'm done here for now. Unless somebody else
Okay.
wants to do something, add to it.
So actually, as it happens, these being fiends, not fae, they don't seem to remark on the thanks.
Yeah. Well, it's even if they're fae, we're not in Prismere. It's only
hmm
I haven't seen it happen in outside of Prismere.
Cool. Okay. Yeah, you see Steph head out. They still got a few crumbs around their jaws.
Hmm.
I was actually, you know the
Mhm.
Oh, go
Those
on.
grannies of yours were really nice. Didn't seem all that dangerous. They seemed a lot friendlier than that other hack we speared through the throat a few dozen times. I didn't
Did they
mention
say
this.
where to look for the beans? Or are we just
No.
looking everywhere?
They just told me to follow my nose.
To one of the other
I suppose if
towers?
they knew, perhaps. I suppose if they knew where the beans were, they would have gone and got them already,
Gone
right?
there.
Hmm.
To the next
These
tower?
don't look like
But yeah.
the fighty fight type. Maybe they're just waiting for adventures with fighting capabilities to explore the town. They might know where it is. They just rather stay safe in their home.
So, we
Oh.
use the magic door to get here. How do we leave?
Well, I was hoping that door.
Yeah, that
Maybe the
door is.
door we came in through.
Unfortunately, that door leads to like a pocket dimension.
Yeah. Has enough time passed that it theoretically would be recharged?
It is, yeah, I think so.
Faith, let us try the door.
Mm.
And he's gonna bring her along and see if it works.
Yeah, it
Oh,
I think so.
I mean,
I'm pretty
I
sure
guess
that
we're
it's.
just taking turns getting out of there then.
I'll double check that's how it works.
Yeah.
I just closed the PDF because
like
I thought
half
that
a
was.
short
I thought
rest.
was
I'm gonna take a
helpful.
quick bathroom break while you go do that then.
Maybe half a short rest just to get
Raise
everyone
my
back
hand.
downstairs.
Yeah. I mean, we're not really on a time crunch yet. I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, just every hour tracker becomes more and more the same size as every room he's in.
Also, I just want to point out big character development moment. Tracker stayed kind of humble in the first duel that he actually lost.
Mm.
I think he
Did you
won
see
all the
another
other
one
ones.
again? Oh yeah,
What?
that's true.
I said character development moment. You stayed humble even though that was the first duel that you lost since we met you.
Oh yeah, but it's not really character development.
Oh wait, is it the second one? Didn't Roland smite you pretty hard once?
No, but did he?
Yes.
Did not. He was bested in the some kind of underwater arena, was he not?
No, he
Jumped
won
in at
there.
half health.
Yeah. Yes. The fight with the giant leader underwater
Yeah.
when we're going to the Isle Solstice. I also lost that one without
Yeah.
Really, I thought you
fight,
won
and I
that one.
took it. Oh no, I definitely lost that one.
No.
I see.
He jumped in
Yeah.
half cock.
Well, Steph thinks very highly of you then.
Still, to be honest, putting up a good fight against a CR 14 creature is pretty crazy. But of course, that's skewed since you're immune to the cold damage that they have. But
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
still, though, pretty good fight.
Certainly, as Roland was patching Tracker up, he was saying, "I ought to just beat you on the head with my bloody walking stick and put us all out of misery." And as he's performing various healing rites and grumpily muttering, not even to Tracker, more about Tracker. Well, the bloody squires are all more trouble than you're all bloody worth.
But by the way, Senrith, I hate to be
If
that
your
guy,
aura
but
wasn't there,
do I get inspiration for the avocado?
Do you get inspiration for the avocado? I'll tell you what you do get inspiration for is being very nice to the hags and taking part in eating their delicious food. Because you know as well as anyone out of game, these are not trustworthy hags. And
I know in game as well. We already fought a hag.
Yeah, but you know you shouldn't be doing. You know you shouldn't eat the stuff they've offered you. You know you shouldn't have even stepped inside when they offered you entrance. Yeah, you did it knowing that it's. You did it knowing that it's your character would. It's a flaw of your own character that you're leaning into, and so yeah, I totally respect that you're doing things that are detrimental to your character for the fun of the story. So that's worthy of an inspiration. Yes, T.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. You want to say something, Roland?
Oh, you first.
Fuck. That's Otto.
I was just
Yeah,
going to say,
go on,
by
Roland.
extension of the same logic, could I suggest Tracker as well, who just took about 90 damage because it was a good character choice rather than one that was the sensible.
Oh yeah, that's true. You didn't gain
Yeah,
anything
the
for
fact that-
fighting them. It was purely just for Tracker's own sense of challenge, like
measuring
just challenge
strength.
themselves.
We lost
Yeah, exactly.
three level 2 spells or 2 level 2 spells, a level 1 spell, and half melee on hand. So actually, that was quite a costly adventure.
It was.
You
Yeah.
say
You know what,
90
Drake?
damage? It's effectively over 150 damage. Not counting
Right, 'cause there's a
the cold
resistance.
damage. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Tracker, you definitely put up a fight nonetheless. And you're not necessarily maybe happy with the result, but it's about limit testing yourself and knowing you've got still more like mountains to climb in terms of how strong you can get. But that just fills you with determination, and you can have that inspiration as well. T, what was your
new goal?
Yeah. Oh, you first.
Well, seeing how the Ice Devil was doing this weird trick with his spear that apparently is not magic.
No, I guess that is new. A daze-like effect. It was the kind of cold that crept over you, but it's not based on the.
If it's not magic, and it's with
No,
a spear, and it involves cold, then it's probably something Tracker will also be able to learn eventually.
Well, I was thinking about something along the lines of if you'd have won, then the spear might be a fitting like reward. But yeah.
Ooh. Damn it.
Unfortunate. You can't win them all.
If I
at least it wasn't to the death.
If I didn't get the detriment, I might have gotten it.
Perhaps. Yeah. That was some bad saves and then some bad rolls on the grapple that wasted a turn.
Yeah.
That abysmal fucking goddamn round where you're just rolling like.
Yeah. You did 2-2, 4-2-4.
Twos and a 2 and a 4.
And that one round where you missed both attacks, like, bro, that was fucking brutal.
Think about it this way: you got bad rolls out of the way before the real fight happens.
It
works,
I
right?
don't get
That's how it works,
out of
right?
the way.
That's right. That's how it works.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work that way for me because I also rolled terrible yesterday and the day before.
Don't worry, some game in the far off future, past the horizon, the singularity of luck will happen. Maybe. We'll see. But yeah, I raised my hand because Seeker's actually going to talk to Faith. He specifically pulled her aside for that purpose.
Okay, so before everyone gets down here, it's just Seeker and Faith. What do
Yeah.
you want to talk about?
Whatchamacallit? He turns the facer. You have influence. Is that a leech or just sway? What is your relationship with the tall one?
Well, we've been through thick and thin, and Tracker believes in restoring a balance to Icewindale, and I see that as a good thing. The natural cycle needs to be preserved, even if it means the Lady Frostkiss has a lesser domain. I think she's striving too hard for something that she doesn't truly want or need. So our goals have really aligned, and Tracker's a lot softer than what he may seem. And so I can see that there is a tenderness within him. He cares about nature, he cares about the animals that inhabit the dales. He wants to get strong so that he can protect them, and you know, he's got that animalistic nature about himself, that striving to survive, the instincts to push oneself, overcome the obstacles. And I respect that. That's an honorable thing to have an aim for.
A duty.
I was sorry, go on.
A duty. A selfish purpose. I'm not so sure if its strength serves others. A byproduct. But there is a hunger. Agreed. Beneficial. Sometimes you need fuel for the fire.
I'm not exactly sure if I'm right in my judgments of him or anyone, but that's what I like to believe, at least. I think he was he used to be a grave keeper, a sort of a guardian, from my understanding.
Interesting.
So his very nature is about protecting things, right? That was his original charge. He was strong to make sure he could defend that sacred mountain, Kelvin's Cairn. And he's the last of his tribe. Must be a little bit lonely.
Understood. Effector.
Maybe that's why he fights so fiercely, because he knows he's got to carry on that sort of sacred charge, that duty, maybe?
Purpose. A wonderful thing. Knowing what you need to do. I have my purposes. They vary. They somewhat conflict. It's difficult. You saw earlier. Misunderstanding. Being some chemicals. Blood. Meat. You don't want to see farther than the back of their skulls. It's difficult working with those who do not know what I am. I wish to do my work well. I wish to do my work efficiently. I had sought
And your
to be a
work?
professional when it came to you all. But emotion is messy, and I'm not sure you understand and how to be. Some don't. I've dealt with such, but I made a mistake, a misevaluation. Things need to be adjusted before they turn violent.
She kind of gulps and says, and your job, it's protecting us, right?
Of course, within a professional capacity. If you walk into a bed of lava, that is not my problem.
Right. Okay. I don't think we'll find any lava down here, but noted.
You know one who does everything he shouldn't. That is exactly what I'm talking about. But the hands, the soldiers, the blood-sucking beast, the little rats scurrying in the bolt holes of this land. Those are a job well done.
Well, you know, perhaps you and Tracker could come to some sort of accord then. You're wanting to protect us and I assume your home since you were born, created here, but
I
know,
hold no care
Trackers...
for that, but I was ordered. The last directive of my creator.
And that was...
Speaker, we need the save. Like it's kind of like this odd, crackly, distorted fucking recording of these last words.
Yeah. Nice.
Like, hurried, there's crashing all around, a desperation in a level of emotionality to the situation, and a plead to the soul. I
Snorp.
was... Oh, sorry.
Snorp just hides under the table as he's hearing the crashing sounds. He's like, oh god, it's coming down around us. He's like thinking it's really happening right now. That's how like realistic it is for him. Anyway, the little skittish kobold's just hiding, but yeah. It's like, it's alright. I think it's a recording, Snorp. Sorry, as continue.
I'm surprised you know that word. Smart cooking. Nonetheless, I have 2 jobs. The purpose I was made for is to do a job. I was made to kill, to exchange services, to work under the book and do whatever was required, as is respectable to a blade for hire. I was a blade handed out for purpose, favors, gold, items, purposes.
You were an assassin.
Sometimes, often.
I get that you were doing a job, and that these kills probably were not taken out with any emotion or maliciousness on your part, but I personally don't think killing anyone, for that matter, results in anything good.
You've been very complicit in a lot of death. But I understand. Hypocrisy and rationalization is in your nature. The justification of self. Loose purpose. Life is worth very little. And yet it's so precious. Apologies, I lost myself. Either way, I am no different from any of you.
No,
I
you're
just know
right.
what I'm about.
It's true. I suppose I can't argue with that. I have killed and aided in the killing of many creatures. It's no secret that many of us are just walking contradictions. But I would like to avoid those kind of conflicts if I'm able to. Though I worry about all the death that will be as a result of not helping bring back the seasons. If winter continues like this, far more will die if I don't stop it. And I
Related
don't
to
know
your
what
purpose.
then.
Personally,
Yeah.
I too am invested. Winter without contrast does not illustrate its beauty. Without the greens, the reds, the burning yellows. White isn't even a color. It grows boring and still. The snow does not fall different. The trees do not change. The beasts do not shift. It is an affront to the season. It deserves better.
As you mention these natural beauties and almost repeating a phrase you've said before, Faith tilts her head in much a repeated fashion, like you've seen before. Still with the cold kind of blue eyes, with the blessing of the Frostmaiden. Perhaps it's a coincidence, but you definitely get like a little flashback, perhaps.
Oh, of course. Everywhere. Nonetheless, I need your assistance. Bridging gaps, illustrating purpose. I am trying to preserve this place as best as these blood-soaked hands can. I can't save everything. I wasn't purpose-built for it. Slaying stomach mouth. Out. Well... Sorry, I'm trying to think of fucking, like, a robotic way to refer to it.
How can I help you?
As you might tell, I wasn't built to speak with people. Well, my creator fancied. He made me the owl-faced devil of the night. A deal made, a life taken. Playing God, as wizards often do.
I can tell your voice modulator is clearly glitching out. You might have been programmed with the voice of a dog or something instead of a human.
It's an attempt to mimic, to understand, to display. Thousands of words, thousands of tones, thousands of feelings, thousands of expressions, thousands and thousands and thousands.
Yeah, a lot can get lost in translation. If you'd like, I can try and help bridge that gap. Sure.
Indeed. I may not feel anything, but connections can be made between our pasts, even if we don't feel the same thing. But that's a mistake we can let them make by not illustrating, by not saying it.
I'll do my best to try and vouch for you and translate what you're meaning to say. I'm pretty insightful.
Thank you. I just wish to fulfill my purpose, like any blade, like any hand.
In doing so, maybe we'll all get to know each other a little more and... Well, after all this is said and done, my worst fear is that everyone just goes their separate ways. It'd be nice to think that everyone would stay together and maybe, or at least see once in a while. I don't want Tracker to go back to being lonely and all on the mountain by himself. Though I think he's got his eyes set on someone already anyway. But no, I'm not going to get into that. But you know, same goes for you. If you don't want to be lonely here in this abandoned city, you know?
I can't feel lonely.
I could come... Oh. Well, if you ever wanted someone to come visit, I'm sure I'll be staying here in Icewindale.
Your
I've kind of
assistance
got
would be
accustomed to
welcome.
the cold.
There's a lot to rebuild. To truly save Neferim.
As you say that, you get a flashing image of Netheril as it once was. A floating city high above the clouds. And when Faith says, like, maybe I'll come visit since she's staying in Icewindale, there's like perhaps a does not compute type of situation where you realize you might not be in Icewindale if Yithrin does ever fly again. But that vision quickly flickers out and you're grounded back into reality as a teleportation spell goes off in the corner and the others begin to arrive.
He, steps aside. Leaning as he usually does. looking like nothing happened. Ready?
So we'll say a few series of minutes pass, enough that you're all teleported back into the same room eventually. And yeah, by the time you get back, Professor Scant's already rambling on about something. Ah, well, welcome back, everyone.
There, Stef.
Did you enjoy the Tower of Conjuration? Did you gather everything you needed? Another piece of the arcane octad, perhaps?
We found something in the drawer. Oh! Did we give the stuff to Stef?
Hmm.
The sapphires?
Was it sapphires? No. Okay. Oh, I put it in my bag, right? For safe holding.
Okay, so you've got a 1,000 gold piece ruby, a 100 gold piece worth of charcoal, incense, and herbs. So it's 10 uses
lots
of
of-
Find Familiar, basically.
And there were also pens, inks, papers for scroll scribing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I believe
3,120 gold.
Yeah, I believe Seeker might have put his paws on that or something. He does have like an empty bag.
Okay, so we need to delegate who's getting what here. So, Roland, you use Find Familiar, all right? No.
Yes.
Do you want 5 uses as well? I don't know. We need to split it up somehow.
Yeah, just a couple.
Here.
Okay.
This part. Figure out who gets what.
Got it. So Seeker's got the owl, so that's ticked off. 1,000 gold piece ruby. Who wants that? That could be a component for some
Can
spells.
that be used for Revivify? Or is that diamonds,
No,
isn't
it's
it?
usually it's diamonds, but rubies can be used for like non-detection.
I don't have any use for it.
Summon Fiend. Continual Flame. Simulacrum?
Yeah, I don't think I really have a use for any of that.
Yeah.
I used it.
Give it to Stef just now then. Most likely to be able to use it unless Faith can use it for something.
I don't know what Stef
Oh, wow, yeah.
spell I can use it for. There's very little.
Infernal Calling, Forbiddance, Force Cage, and Simulacrum use rubies. Which are very high level spells. And
not
probably
yet.
mostly wizard. Yeah, mostly on the wizard spell list.
Maybe we'll be able to trade it with a wizard or a demon or something.
Okay, so
I
who
can see
who wants to
Roland
hold on to it for
trading.
now?
I can see Roland trading it with a wizard just to get force caged right after.
That'd be a lot of sorcerer levels. Who's gonna hold that though, so that we can keep track of it?
I don't know, I could. My
Okay.
inventory is like really empty.
Yeah.
Like I'm like everyone else that's like, I need rations and and blubber skin coats. I'm just like I have the clothes on my back, the lamps on my hips, the weapons, and like 3 toolkits and a tinderbox.
Cool. Well, it sounds
It's
like it won't get
yours.
lost in your pocket then.
Just gonna change the detail on it. 1,000 gold. There we go. All right, next up, the 100 gold's worth of incense. This is for summoning familiars, so...
How much do I have left? You've killed Chibbles a lot. I have like 1 left.
Have a look at your inventory.
How many do you have, Seeker?
0.
So we split it 3 ways.
No.
Unless, Dingo, do you need any? I don't know if you use the Find Familiar spell.
Dingo can use it for free using a wild shape.
I have one use of Find Familiar
good.
left. So I have
Alright.
exactly 1 block of instance.
Okay. Well, we take 3 each. And Steph take the 4th.
Yeah, fine. All right, let's do
Yeah.
that. Block of incense. I'll knock you up to 5 then, Steph, since you're getting 4.
2, 5, okay.
And yeah, you're up to 5 now.
Sweet.
And the others add that to your sheets.
Okay.
You can probably just add block of incense, I think, is probably the easiest way to grab it.
Yeah, got it.
Cool. Next, the 300 goals worth of... No, wait. 300 goals worth of rare...
Chalks
That's
and
not
inks.
right.
Rocks and eggs.
No. It is. You're right. Yeah, it's 300 goals worth of chalk and things. So this is for inscribing spells. So I guess Steph is really the only one
Yeah.
who's going to use this, unless anyone else has got wizard levels I'm not aware of. So let's just chuck that
As a
on.
matter of fact, we never really.
Sorry, what am I
established this
getting?
part.
Like ink again?
However, yes.
Yeah, you can add. Since I see you're adding it in sets of.
I mean,
50.
I just have 3 charges left, and one set is for 50 gold or whatever it was, or 45.
It should be 50 gold.
Yeah.
If you wanted more
So-
incense, could you get it from the chest?
So you said 300, right?
Yes, I think
Uh,
maybe 300's worth. Yeah. So that's going to be
6 units?
yes.
Yeah, so
Putting
I'm
you
up
up to, like, 9.
Yeah.
Cool. And then lastly, a whopping 3,120 gold. Just flat out.
Let's just split it like. How much do you say it
5
is?
ways.
Yeah, just split it 5 ways.
3,120.
1,120.
Let's see
Everyone
if
add
money.
624 gold. If you want the money, add that to your sheet.
Wait, you said 1,000.
Plus.
No, 624 gold each.
Okay. That's
2, 4.
50, 70. Puts me at 600.
If you type
Yeah.
in plus 624 and then press enter, that'll do the math. Do the math for you as well.
Validation error.
Cool.
Guess
I
not.
can do basic math.
Worked for me. I'm doing the plus 624.
It just doesn't like me.
I'll take a quick
I'll have
puff
a look
from
at your
break.
sheet.
I'll be right back.
That's fine.
Okey-doke.
I just do the maths.
You did it manually. Okay, sweet. Cool. All right then. In that case, then back to the necropolis.
Necropolis. Do you not mean necropolis?
Necropolis.
Necropolis.
Now you changed it again. Necropolis? Are they going to arrest us?
Necropoly.
Necropolis.
All right. You're back in Yithrin. You just exited this tower here. So many tokens on
So
the map.
next
It's
tower?
harder to decipher. You can keep hitting up towers if you want. Yeah.
Or garden.
There is the
Well, the towers have
Arboretum.
clues. All the towers have clues,
Arboretum
don't
is
they?
there.
Don't we want all of the clues?
True.
That would make sense.
Oh wait, is that the Arboretum?
Yeah, we mentioned a
Arboretum?
dome.
Oh, dome. Then okay.
This is also a
What is
dome.
this?
it's got a magical dome. It's gonna got
Ah.
this hexagonal like arcane barrier surrounding it.
Ah.
And this
You're
is
right
also a
though.
dome. I
That
point
that
at
is
Roland's
also a
forehead.
dome. Yeah, there's a couple of domes around, but if you're looking for something that has a tree in it, there is only one that has visible trees. The other one looks like it's frozen over, and it might have been glass at one point, but the one at the north, it's just got frost and rime all over the glass.
So which one are we going for? Which tower?
Where would the next tower be? Because it's probably covered by the big tower.
We've been here.
Yeah.
So the next one clockwise, I guess.
Yes. It's either behind this tower or it's somewhere in this region. Or it could be that one, which would be weird, because it's not where we expect it to be.
I'm now.
I mean, like,
confused as
there's
to what counts
1,
as a
2,
tower and
3,
what-
4. So there's
Yeah,
6 kind of
all
like
these.
pathways that the towers would be on, which isn't like the 9 schools of magic or whatever. So there's
Yes.
a whatever.
Don't forget chronomancy.
Yep.
Is this
That's
a
central
tower
tower.
with the
Lunamancy.
fog around it?
It's probably
You would have to get close to. You would need to get close to identify it as such. So far, the 2 towers you have found have had large symbols representing each school of magic.
Well, if no one else suggests anything, let's go to that one. Or that way.
There's also this
Well,
one.
the
There's one closer to us, because we're on this side of the big central tower. So let's
oh yeah, this is definitely one of them. I see a eye on it.
I would suggest personally
Divination.
going to the one that's closer rather than backtracking back and forward.
Sure, go to the close
Yeah.
one. It doesn't matter. Let's go. We're gonna go to all of them eventually.
Okay.
And
Looks
as
like
we
you're going
travel,
past the library again then?
as we travel, Roland would say, now, all form ranks. Keep it in tight there, tracker. Yes. Remember the lessons you've just learned in working with discipline and formation. Absolutely key and vital to the survival of a unit such as ours. And you, Willow, keep your eyes on the sky, of course. Be wary of anything coming towards us. Yes. Lieutenant Dieter, Seeker.
You do know that we can be ambushed at any time by those floating hands.
Indeed, that's why we should always keep a watchful eye with someone like Willow keeping her eyes in the skies. Nothing will sneak up behind us.
As a lowered voice.
Yes, so less speaking from you, the better then. Hey, glad we agree.
Don't forget listening.
Oh.
You can't always
Slightly
see
increases
stuff.
the walking pace.
I love it.
If you rely only on your eyes, you'll miss a lot.
Professor Scant says, I will keep my lectures short then. The Arboretum was a sunken basin used for... they start to go, unless you like shut them up, they will start to go off on one. But as it happens, they do spot it, and it's... they say, like, on your left, you'll see a golden canopy of leaves crowning the trees inside of the sunken basin. And indeed, the trees grow in stark contrast to their bleak surroundings, their branches swaying even though the air is deathly still.
Should definitely check this out, yeah.
Do you know anything about this, Professor Scant?
As
You
a matter
say
of fact, yes.
Orium?
The Arboretum.
With your Arboretum, do you know what a nether oak looks like?
Arboretum. A
This is
nether oak.
Arboretum.
A nether oak is a large oak tree, but suffused with Netherese profane magic. It's not going to be mistaken for anything else. They usually grow at the heart of the Arboretum. As you can see, the grove is nestled into a hollow in the city floor. Vents are spaced around its perimeter that emit puffy grey vapors that rise above the treetops and disperse as rain, creating a localized ecosystem. The illusionary hemisphere above the Arboretum also projects a false sky. However, it seems to be malfunctioning, as the vistas are flickering between a wild storm and a vast sea of stars. And indeed, it does appear as though that kind of hexagonal barrier, it's not a physical one, but rather just an illusionary dome that creates that sense of a sky. But yeah, you see a flash as an illusionary lightning bolt arcs down, but doesn't make any contact with the ground or scorch it. It's purely visual. And then it just switches to these twinkling constellations. In a matter of moments, it's back to a stormy filled cloud sky. But you're free to check this out, or you can pass it by and continue on to the tower. But that is what you see.
So Roland would say, I think this is just another one of many distractions that this whole place will offer us. I think we should keep our eyes on the prize here and pursue for our main objective. So, marching forward, double time, quick march. Would be
You
Roland's
say
distraction.
distractions. You do remember that we need the wood from the nether oak for the ritual.
ritual. What ritual?
The one to get, what did you call it? Lavender's balls.
Yes, balls of the morning, Lord. Yes.
You saying we need to do that now or later?
Well, while we're at it, we can get another stick for Fangpaw Jaw. She keeps trying to steal my lance. She's going to break it, I think.
It's a
So are we gonna?
shield. Why stick?
Is it like? Will it physically stop us, or will it just kill us if we step through it? What's happening?
It was a
Professor
illusionary
Scant says,
barrier.
no, it is purely illusionary.
So it's just there to look cool?
Here. Touches it.
It's there to create a natural sense and to provide a ambient light. It's to replicate a natural scene.
It looks smaller.
Why do
on
the trees have
inside.
different color leaves?
That is bizarre. Netherese mages may have tested different magics out on the trees, experimenting to see what provides the optimized growths.
Like the purple pears we saw.
Okay. So we just need some wood then? Like a branch or something? Or what do we how much do we need?
What did the arcane octad say?
Shields.
I for- Say again, I didn't hear what you said.
Well, you're asking what do we need, but you have the answers. So
Oh,
they
wait,
ask
never
you,
mind.
what does the arcane octad say?
Fuck, yeah, it's a branch.
So being tracker would remember. Just a branch. Well, if it's just a branch, let's get a branch then.
It's in the handouts. I think the only reason that people are saying a branch is because Steph mentioned rip a branch. But it says
Once.
first shield thy heart with a wand from the nether oak. Whether it be a branch, a twig,
you
the
mean
whole
that
damn
bit.
tree.
So I was looking
Mm.
earlier bit.
And
We're talking about
I
the
was
clues.
thinking,
Sorry, yeah.
What's it called? A piece of bark to fashion it like a shield. I forgot the wand part.
What? How do you make a stick a wand?
Is this a joke?
Either Steph knows, or we're gonna have to ask Evelyn. Question.
I think
Does
Steivei was AFK.
Blindsight help to see arcane eyes?
Does what? Sorry? Blind sense?
Can you
Blind
see?
sight?
Can Blindsight detect a arcane eye? And if you're asking why, I recall Valen mentioning something using arcane eye to scout the city for us.
Scan out the
as well.
environment? Yeah.
Yeah.
It says it's invisible.
And Blindsight
So,
is able
potentially.
to detect invisible creatures.
Is it a creature?
Yeah. If it said something like it was on the ethereal plane or something, then yeah, that wouldn't work. But yeah, it just says it's an invisible, invulnerable eye that hovers around. So yes, you actually would be able to see an arcane eye.
Well,
You don't see it right here.
Yeah.
But if we need a wand, then surely we want that big red one in the middle. That looks like it'd give you the best magic.
Mm-hmm.
We just stood here for so long.
And
no one's doing anything.
All right.
You're more than welcome to step inside if you wish, Willow.
Yeah.
Looks like Track already is.
To about this close to this one.
Okay. Yeah. For the rest of you, you have to kind of go around towards these stairs and walk down like Seeker is doing. Tracker is large enough they can just sort of like lower themselves down into the pit.
I didn't realize.
Willow.
Yeah, I did that then.
It doesn't matter, but yeah, that's fine. Okay, so you work your way to the center of this strange grove. There's just something otherworldly and wrong about it. You know, it's like a facsimile of a real grove. It's just artificial, and the vents kind of break your immersion of what you reckon a natural-looking forest would be. As you get to the middle, you do see this gnarled, centuries-old oak tree. And sure enough, there is sort of sections of it that look to be broken, snapped. There's parts which look like they've tried to regrow after the wounds that have been inflicted on it. You know, like snapped off sections here and there that have tried to regrow. Even the roots
So
as
they've been
well.
harming a
Some of
tree?
them. That's kind of what it looks like, I guess. Many scarred, many injuries have been dealt to this poor tree. Since it's probably not the first, you're not the first ones to maybe make a wand from its branches.
Maybe there's a better way to do this. No, I want to. Yeah, I want to
Better way
approach
to
the base
fashion
of
the
the
wands?
tree and use plant growth on the tree. Oh god! Oh god! What have I done? What have I done? Oh, I didn't think I'd place a giant template. Isn't
That's
that
how
the
big plant
8-hour
growth
version
is.
that template is?
No, that's the size of plant growth.
The blood
That's
moon
not-
is
okay.
rising.
Well, I was hoping if the tree grows and stuff like that, we'd have some natural, fresh sticks, not sticks that have been there for a while. That way we can get what we need without harming it.
We were thinking something
Willow,
similar.
This makes total sense, however, as if you are casting this spell, it seems as though it is overcharged from the Netheri's magic that has been enriched into the soil and concentrated here in this grove. And yeah, your plant growth goes absolutely ballistic and wild. Roots start sprouting up everywhere. Trees elongate and stretch towards the dome. The grass becomes like tall and difficult terrain. Tangles wrap around your feet underfoot. The foliage, everything
They're
just
shots. I'd be like, that happened so fast. What? I just wanted to heal the tree.
Can I roll an Arcana?
You can roll an Arcana. Yeah, sure. You arcaned.
Okay. I mean, just to infer of if my character might understand what's going on.
Yeah, I think Professor Scan is sort of explained a little bit so that you're piecing together what he said. This is an artificial like dome. The vents here are to create an atmosphere perfect for these trees. You mentioned there were experiments, and it's likely those experiments involved enriching the soil and enhancing natural growth in this area. So yeah.
I cast fire. No.
So Roland looks to his wooden tree root lance, and then to Willow. And I'm imagining the lance has just exploded as a hedge, and just mutters.
I forgot. Yeah, your own branch or lance is made of that natural wood. That being blessed by a divine being, though, whereas this is like sort of a twisted magic that's been pushed to its limits. And these trees, they don't look healthy in the natural sense. They look juiced up, right, with all this magic. That said, if your intended effect was to repair the tree, the tree definitely regrows a number of different branches. The canopy spreads and stretches overhead, such that you can't even see the starscape above you. and the roots churn and like till the soil beneath your feet. There is a lot more wood on this tree, that's for sure.
Before we move on, is there a casting time on Primal Companion, or is that instant?
To summon your familiar.
Yeah, it's an action, so it's just like 6 seconds then. Because I've just realised the problem we now have, potentially have.
Yeah, you can do.
So I want to bring out my Beast's guy and be like, hey, guys, that was a big show, and we might be in trouble. And I want to send my Beast of the Sky in the air with the instruction to look out for any danger approaching, and then like come down and like indicate that there's danger if there is, or not if there isn't. Because I've just like made a big show in this place that we said there was stuff around.
Yeah, I know what. Give me a perception check then with your with your sky. That's pretty good.
Not bad.
Okay. The creature comes back down actually very swiftly. Like it spots something almost immediately. And it's only because of that spell that sort of revealed itself slightly. But this overgrowth disturbed a number of creatures that are present here. And they sort of point in almost every direction with their wings. Like, to wherever there is trees, they seem to gesture towards them.
There's a lot of angry things, guys, and I have no concept of how big they are.
I was
Stand ready.
I was about to say.
Still
I want
staring. Sorry, Stefan, you go.
I wanted to ask earlier before we conclude anything here if Detect Thoughts picks up anything as I walk across here.
Creatures, yeah, now being alerted to the presence of something, you are picking up a number of intelligent creatures that are awakened in this area, in this grove.
Do I pick up hostility and anger, or?
Their emotions are, yes, absolutely. One is this agony, this pain, but then it slowly subsides to like this. I wouldn't say calm, but more of like shock, more like they're unexpected, and that seems to be coming from the central oak, as though it didn't expect Willow to come in here and heal the tree.
Can I hone in on that one and alert it telepathically or something, like establish a line of communication?
I believe you can.
I do be able to, yes. But I'm asking you if I can speak with the trees.
Wait,
I'm the Lorax.
Yeah.
I speak for the trees.
Yeah, you can totally begin a communication with this thing. What do you say to it, though?
Hello there, old oak. We mean you no harm. Just try to ease the pain a little bit.
You feel the ancient, tortured soul respond back to you with a creaking and snapping of bark.
You come to break me piece by piece, just like the others.
Oh, no. Willow over there, the not so bright fellow that was sprung into action, saw your suffering and wanted to help.
You can roll me a persuasion check with. Well, I'll say just a flat roll, since Willow has helped.
That's enough.
I'm just here, like, looking for dangerous. No idea, Steph, having a
I mean,
conversation.
it's a 10 on a -4, guys. That's the
It's a
best I can
10.
do. Can I get some guidance
Nope.
over here?
It's not gonna
Wait,
help.
do they know that
Yeah,
you're? Yeah.
Actually, yeah, we
I don't
wouldn't,
know
we
if
would
they
have
know.
no idea.
Yeah. So 10. Okay, but they remain a little bit unconvinced, as you say, like you're here to heal. It responds again, kind of with like a groan. Heal me, just so you can break me again and again, like every wizard has for centuries.
Oh well, I'm not gonna like be dishonest with you. We came for a branch, but that's before we knew that you were a thinking tree. We don't mean to hurt you. Any discarded branch would do, or something that you would give willingly. We are more than happy to help you and ease your pain.
There's this kind of it's almost like a sad resignation in their voice. Like they wanted to believe that's the truth, but when you say that you come for a branch, there's a tone. Of course you did. I knew it. Which is it going to be this time? An arm, an antler, a leg.
Well,
I'm tired.
I
So very tired.
Well, it is true. I am a wizard, but as you can see, right? I'm not much one for using staves. I'm more prefer swords. I'm like.
If you truly wish to ease my suffering, then you may end this existence.
And
the magic here has twisted our minds. We are tired of it. Sick to our core. Kept alive by unnatural means. Turned us into monsters. And as you're saying this, everyone else around you is hearing this creaking and crunching sound nearby. That belies the nature that these trees are not so mundane as they once seemed.
I can support. That seems a little bit extreme. Isn't there a way to turn off the magic, or to preserve you? There is a grove just outside this place. Maybe you have a sapling so that you may live on in a nicer forest. Tender and cared for by a very friendly dryad.
They were in the middle of uprooting themselves to do some combat here, but I'll give you one last chance to try and sway them here.
Can I offer the help action here, or are you translating any of this to the party?
I mean, I speak telepathically, right? I would relay this to the party. Not so much about.
Does he have time to do that?
So
That's a fair question.
I will say they don't have time to relay it all, but you can still continue to do that through the combat. That's fine. Combat doesn't have to be a see through to the end type situation. You can still persuade them mid-fight. But I'm going to say give me one last persuasion check first to see how that goes. Because the mention of a sanctuary, a dryad, a caretaker, a future generation is something that might appeal to them.
all I was going to throw at Steph was to say, tell it about the tree that gave that had my old lance in its roots, eh?
Oh yeah, can I do that? Before I throw the roll, because maybe it might sway your opinion slightly, Senrith. You see, my friend over here, Roland, he carries with him a great root that was gifted to him. We take care of the woods. We saved many of them in Icewindale.
Okay. I'll give you advantage. You're still going to have to roll high as balls for this.
Yeah,
it's going to be
tricky. I
tricky.
was fishing for the advantage, and I can get guidance for this, right? I'm rolling at a -4, boys. Let's go gambling.
You can get now.
Oh no, that's not going to be good enough.
Okay. It is still not a success, unfortunately. I
will
think
save
the
that
reason
8.
for even with that even with the 11, it's still not a success. Now, it doesn't mean this doesn't end the negotiations, but I think the reason why, and Steph makes a really good point, and I think they're great arguments to make. I think the reason why they fall completely flat is because you are a wizard and they hate wizards. This whole time they've been tortured by them, experimented on the whole time for centuries. It's hard to let go of those prejudices. So yeah, they're classist, and I'm going to ask everyone to roll initiative. We can still turn this around if
Yay!
you wish to, but we will see how it goes in the middle of a fight.
Well,
Everyone,
if he hates
When it
you can hear.
transforms, Can it talk
Sorry?
to us now that it's transformed?
It is uprooting itself. Yes, though. Yeah, what it's saying in common, I guess, is the same sort of thing he said to you, Steph, where they say, "You came here to steal another piece of me. You offer to ease my suffering. Then you may end this existence if you can."
Well, given all that, I will only ask one thing of you, Senrith. That motherfucker better go after me.
Who?
That tree guy better go after me. Yeah, if he hates wizards so much, he better come after me.
Oh, I see what you mean. All right, you mean attack you. What did you get? Initiative?
16. 16 for me.
Okay.
Thanks.
Cool. Nice. All right. So, first up, it's going to be an echo. That's what it's going to be. All right. should be at advantage. Perfect. Okay. So, completely indistinguishable from the other plants, but now revealed itself as a volley of needles come shooting out from behind the tree line towards Stef. Be a 20 to hit you. Dealing 10 points of piercing damage. As a needle blight makes themselves known.
As the needles fly at me, I will stretch out my arms like in surrender, face it, and just take the hit.
Okay. Next one appears to the north. He too is fairly hidden.
These guys rolled good.
It did, even though they're like CR like nothing.
They're trying their best.
I don't know why I'm rolling. Keep lowest. Okay, hold on a sec.
Might be outside their normal
that's gonna
range.
miss. That's gonna miss tracker, maybe. Yeah, you could be right there.
15 is the
This
AC.
one is no, it's a miss.
Okay.
Another one is visible at the top of the dome. There's gonna be a few of these. But Willow, you'll be up in just a moment. Right after this little fella appears. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? Yeah, this one tries to go for Stef as well.
I'll do the same
And
thing.
then it's your turn,
and
Willow.
Spread out and just take the hit.
All right. 2 needles right into your shoulders.
So I can use my turn to talk to it then. I don't have to play a regular action, right?
You can try to sway this guy as an action. It's going to be like if you're making a concerted effort to lower the hostilities here, yeah.
Okay, so
they haven't even looked in your direction, Willow. They seem to be focusing in on Stef, and a couple of shots end up hitting Tracker, but you can only imagine they were going for Stef. It's just Tracker's so huge, they kind of got in the way of it. But
John,
what do you want to say?
I'll try to stand strong with my beast that's right next to me. I just look up to it. I'll say, "Please stop. We didn't want to hurt you. There was someone in danger, and they said we needed a wand, and I didn't want to hurt you, and I hoped that if I helped, something would just fall down. There's somewhere nearby. There's a safe place. I want to take out a pair. Like, this came from a grove nearby. Doesn't it look like it came from somewhere good?"
Roll me a persuasion with advantage, Willow. Since you already have helped with that plant growth, seal some of the wounds.
Oh god!
And,
One of these rolls.
Okay, now, Roland, you are in range. Don't know if you have a guidance you wish to throw for that, but it would potentially make the difference.
Yes. Waving his lance, which has been turned into like a blooming hedge, looking like a cross between a hedge and a feather duster. He will cast guidance, so I'll roll a d4.
Let's go gambling.
I get a +6.
2
Crazy.
2 is actually on the dot what you needed to stop the or to try to persuade them that this is you mean them no harm and that don't want to fight and kill them, that there's a way forward, there's a future for them instead of this horrible existence here. There's another kind of contemplation from the creature. This grove you speak of, is it much like the one here?
It's nothing like here. It's very small. But the only magic is that of a dryad. The caretaker who lives with the tree.
There is another garden.
A dryad, you say?
Yeah, they gave us
I'm
these
not
pears.
sure how the wizards worked with such a creature.
I don't think the wizards did. From outside the city.
Their long limb kind of snaps into place and lowers itself to your height. And you see this kind of misshapen fingers that unfurl. And you looks to see, like, if you pass them the pear.
Yeah, give them the pear.
They kind of raise it up just to inspect it. Now, these are magical enhanced pears. The wizards definitely did have a hand in.
Oh, I didn't know that.
in like changing it. Yeah, that's the truth of it. But T, yeah.
Seeker roll step up. I don't know if I was gonna lore walk, but I can just stand here. Unsure if lore walking is allowed.
You can, since it's your turn. Well, he's talking. Are we out of combat? Basically, I will say since it is your turn right next. Absolutely, I'll allow you to go up and intercede on this.
15, 20, 25. Whatchamacallit? Fucking. It's been a while. I probably should have wrote down her fucking name. Like, I don't know. A lot's been happening in these last few weeks. What was her name exactly? I need to put it in my memory bank.
Her name?
Yep.
Her name is.
It's something with an H.
Hathawin.
Heroin? That's the one.
No, not heroin.
Hermione.
Hathawin.
Yeah.
Hathawin.
Hufflepuff.
Intercede.
But yeah.
Unit designation. Dryad Hathawin. Likely an uninvasive experiment. Social bonding, but not out of control. Tended, but likely the allegiances tenuous at best. Wizards associated in a way much like yours. Treatment different, and not every experiment the same. That does not mean you are not colleagues in the subject matter. Just as your flesh is good for once, likely she was cultivated, made as she is now, for a purpose.
They look down towards you and they say, "This pear is part of an experiment."
What makes this one so different?
Elaborate. Expand.
Expand.
Are you inquiring about how the experiment was different? How the plants were different? How she is different?
I'm saying it's doubtful that it is different. Just another sick experiment to further their needs.
You want to see it?
Yes. We will see for ourselves.
At
So
that,
can you just walk there? Can we just walk him there?
I think he's spreading his roots there. That's the implication.
not just
behind it.
him. All the others begin to uproot themselves. This twisted, corrupted tree that's like lost all their leaves. It's almost got like bony bark, like plating. Steps forward and hovers over the top of Stef. And there's two kind of glowing eyes within their form of twisted branches. Roland, do you want to ask or add something?
I'm sorry.
I don't know if I need to now, but I was going to say, it truly pains us to see such a magnificent tree as yourself in such pain planted on soil that I can only imagine is deeply profane. It breaks our heart. And you ask what the difference is between this grove and the next, and experiments clearly have been done on both, but the dryad there, she tends those broken and withered unfortunate trees as though they were the great oak of Icewindale itself. She loves and cares for it nonetheless, and I have no doubt whatsoever that Hathawin would offer you the same love and healing that she's shown that little grove as well, and one day you might bear the true bloom and fruit that nature intended of you. And he'd use Druidcraft, which I had prepared for the purposes of making Willow's hair blow about like Nicolas Cage's, but might be more useful here. And he will make a tiny little seed on the what's this thing called? Whatever this tree is, just bloom on the end of its talon. Is that an ent or something?
It's a tree ant, yeah.
Right. Okay. And just make a tiny flower of some description of a type that might be natural to its form, just appear with his Druidcraft cantrip.
It certainly gives them pause for a moment, and Steph, I will say just before this is actually happening, since we're still in sort of turn order, you can give me an athletics or acrobatics check, Steph, as the one behind goes to snatch you up.
No, I'll let him grab me.
Okay, so you're just grappled, and you're lifted up to these.
Basically offering no hostility here.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Then they also pause at that, since you're not trying to fight back. Yeah, these creatures seem to eye you up and scrutinize your purposes, but at the promise of perhaps a new beginning and seeing the small little bud blooming on the end of their fingertips, they're willing to go along. Willow kind of already managed to succeed on their persuasion check to make them indifferent. So, and since you're refusing to sort of fight or even defend yourself, I'm going to end the combat.
I do have some choice
Everyone's
words.
raising their hands.
Like, that's why I raised my hand before this is
it?
over.
Yeah, sure. What do you want to do, Stef?
Don't mistake me for those Neveris amateurs. You're supposed to pour yourself into the magic, not others. Nothing great comes of using others. But that's all.
You will lead us to this grove. We will hold this wizard as collateral.
Zay,
Jesus
we'll go
Christ,
down in
everyone's
order.
raising their hand.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Up
go
to
down
Zay.
in order. Zay next.
I'll say this in Druidic. I hope they understand that.
They're speaking in common, surprisingly, but they probably would understand Druidic as well. Possibly. Yes.
Are you willing to let us end your suffering, or are you willing to give life another chance?
They look down at you and they will reply in Druidic, so everyone else here is just kind of crunching and like rustling of trees.
That remains to be seen. Our forms have become twisted. Abominations and an affront to the natural order. But perhaps our saplings could live a better life. We will see what this soil brings, if it is suitable.
For now, we can guide you to the grove with the purple pears. But if we are successful in bringing back the spring to these lands, there might be another grove.
Why can we not go back there right now?
We can go to the grove of the purple trees, purple
Yeah.
pears.
that's
But
what we're
if that one is not suitable for them, there is also Koldahar, which we can't go yet.
I see where you're
But I
getting
want
at.
to point
Okay,
out
okay.
that there is another grove that we can lead them to later.
I got you now. I got you now.
Yeah. Okay. They are willing to see if your word is holding any truth. What about Seeker? You had your hand raised as well.
Unit Nevero. Might I have a word with you?
Yes.
Exposition. Forewarning. Wizardry is a profession. Numerous walk it. There are those who did this to you, yes. And then there are those from the outside who never knew. He is of that ilk. There is a second. They're smart, good at knowing things. Brought along. On. There is one at the location. This one does not wish for a misunderstanding.
Yet, they still wish for one of my branches. Most likely for nefarious deeds.
Observation. Morally, ethically, all signs points to see the very mammal. Spreaders of pollen in stavers of beasts. When they bore witness upon a feat, their focus was on his beast, burdened and blight-filled, to save them. When they encountered the grove, kindness and trust, their soul always bare. From third-party accounts, their purpose is thus to acquire the ritual to the mythology and restore the cycle of nature to the lever. The death and rebirth that you should have. Our purpose is a mind more than you think. Great oak. As they have illustrated.
Your words are strange. But if they are truth, perhaps our goals do align.
Secondary forewarning. Location of grove suboptimal. Outside help will be acquired. Druids, dryads, grove tenders. Transported to better soil, sunny locales. Or perhaps the cave will melt, and all will be fine. That is yet to be seen. This one wishes for you to understand the situation.
We long for the sun, the real sun, not this petty illusion.
They kind of gesture, stretching up towards the strange flickering starlight, then storm. And one of them as well, beside you, has kind of got up out of the earth, and their long arms are practically like sickles. The roots have impaled probably many who have wandered in here, and they like discard a skeleton from their roots as they're uprooting themselves. And they kind of hover nearby as well. And together they kind of say,
You will lead us. And if there is any trickery, we will clench this one like a bug.
Agreeable terms. Let us commence forth.
Wait, I want to say one more thing before we go.
Go ahead.
Jumped in.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
I'll say, yeah, can we make a deal before we go? So, our dryad friend, I promised if I survive our journey, I would take them somewhere better. I would take their grove to the wonderful druids that I knew about who are stronger than I. Can we make a deal that if you're not satisfied or convinced or it's not enough, that whatever we do next, we don't do there? Whether you want us to fight you, to kill us, to destroy the magic here, don't do it at their grove.
Make me a persuasion check, Willow, and we'll see if this
God.
deal is appropriate.
Let's go gambling.
Yes, actually. Well, that's good.
Let's go gambling. 20.
Nice. Okay.
It's already a
They
success.
will. They're great. Yeah.
Very well. We will not fight in a place of nature. If we are unsatisfied, this grove you speak of will be our next destination.
And perhaps they look towards one of each of the two treants beside you.
Our final resting place.
Let's make our way.
Hmm.
And,
Yes.
Which way is the
Slumber
fastest
comes
way back?
later.
Is it the stairway down? Just assume I take the lead.
Yeah. You can head all the way back to the
Puppies.
grove. Another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 needle blights also rise from the nearby bushes, who were also ready and holding their needles like snipers in the hedgerows. They will also follow along, but I'll just say I'll grab these tokens for now. I'm going to say they just all clamber up on top of the treants, and they're now like nestled within the branches and canopies. You head
Does
back
it
if
and
you
all the
wished right
treants?
now. Yeah, they're massive creatures. They're fine.
So as we're departing, Fangpaw Jaw goes up to, you see this big sort of dead stick just here beside, and she is about to pick. Her eyes are like, her tail's wagging and stuff. She goes to pick it up, and Roland goes, "Not this time, my dear. Carry on, keep moving on."
What?
And he sticks his lance in her mouth. Yeah, chew on that just now, and I'll explain later. Oh, girl.
You're not getting this back.
Oh, bloody hell.
You get back to head back to the Caves of Hunger. All right. So if you're doing this straight away, just to make sure you're not like stringing them along, like, hey, yeah, we're just gonna do a few errands first.
We're
No,
just
you
gonna
can head back.
Yeah.
I'll drag
Sure,
you
why
to
not?
that map again.
I'm seeing Zay's got his hand up there.
Sorry, yeah, go on.
Can
I
I
think-
carry one of those
would you-
3 blights on my shoulders like it's Juniper? For Kodos,
Good old times.
little times.
Sure. Yes. Absolutely. The one that shot you can climb up. It looks like at first they just came to retrieve their needles and like pull them out of your fur, but
Look
they
down
seem
at
to
them.
clamber up onto your shoulder.
I just
They didn't
grab
get
them
very
and
far,
put 'em-
yeah.
No, they didn't. They didn't get a choice. They're just grabbed and put on my shoulder.
Okay, perfect.
So
Love
when we arrive, can we see Halfwin, or is she kind of like hidden amongst stuff and just Valen sees us with some giant trees walking?
Yeah. Hathawin would likely be in her tree just for safety. But she
So
will
we'd see
poke her head
Valinor.
out. But Valin's like sees and hears the kind of heavy thump as something approaches, and she's like, "Oh, by the Nine Divine, what on earth have you done? Are these friends, foes? Are you kidnapped?"
Hey, Villain,
Look,
it's
Villain.
complicated, but there's no danger here. There might be danger for the rest of us later, but not you or Hathawin. Do you know where Hathawin is hiding right now?
She does poke her head out. Says, "I'm just making sure it's safe before I exit." The trees do also take note of the two Nothics that are still here as well.
Oh no! Oh
And
no!
yeah, one of them does respond with a groan.
Vile magics.
Oh, no, these are guardians of the trees as well, right?
They are.
And another wizard.
I'd like to
Oh,
speak
I
up.
bet
I'd like to
I
speak
better
up
not
to
do
him.
the talking. Yeah, go ahead. You're still being gripped by this one.
Yeah, you see, aren't they kind of similar to you? They've also been twisted by some kind of experiment in seeking refuge here. They don't even remember who they were.
That actually is a very good point. It's totally,
Mhm.
totally fair.
I know that is a damn good point.
Brilliant, brilliant.
Nah, I can't even ask for a
Yeah.
persuasion check on that regard. That's just facts.
Yeah, and
Straight
Seeker
spitting
adds
facts
in,
right now.
like, this is the one I forewarned you about. A sign of trust. Prepare yourself. They are not the sort that experimented upon. I would know.
This place. A sanctuary for the twisted. Perhaps this is more fitting for our forms to slumber. But it is not for our generation to come. Our seedlings deserve a better life than this frozen cave.
Telepathy, right? Can I communicate images telepathically?
Does it say
Normally,
you can do
it's
that?
sort of a.
Yeah.
Normally, it's just sort of a language, so to speak.
Spoken
I'll
word.
double check. I'll look.
Yeah, a lot of
I'm not
telepathy
sure
does
if I can communicate that
explicitly.
image as well. That's what I'm asking.
I'm just gonna
telepathy is
say.
actually more concepts.
Yeah.
Telepathy. I always thought of it more as verbal, but there are obviously some extensions
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
allow one to transmit images.
I mean, I'll make an
Let me just-
Arcana roll for it to see if I can shape the concept into something graspable, because I'd like to show him an image of what was the place called?
Of the
Harrowheart?
Grove.
Dahar.
Yeah, Kaldahar.
Kaldahar that I've seen.
If not, Willow.
If
might
someone
be able to.
has, I was gonna say, if someone actually already has that power, like an illusion spell.
Oh, I
Good
can
old
also
save
cast
that.
minor illusion. I have
Yeah.
the power as well.
Yep. Oh,
When
there
I
you go
look
then.
at minor illusion.
Yeah. Seeker will
Oh.
also add, like, that is what he was talking about by the intention is eventually to move to a better location with
Yeah.
more sod and better
Yep.
soil.
I mean, I was
Yeah,
kind
yeah,
of
they're
gonna
just-
be towards that, but everyone's kind of jumping over each other right now.
Tracker did allude to Kaldahar, but he couldn't show
Yeah.
an image.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
more like I
Well,
want to
well,
show him a literal image of the grove, kind of.
Okay. You definitely can with minor illusion. I'll just say that much. You don't need to worry about anything else. If you do that, this conversation's being done telepathically, so I don't know whether Willow, you would know about it just yet, but you will see the image of the grove appear. And if you have an idea as well, to try and show them through
Yeah, he can add
other
to it.
senses, you can add to it. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I was kind of building to talk about that when I was trying to like start talking to Halfwin, and then we all kind of jumped in.
You can
I can carry
you
on
can
with that.
combine your mind. You can combine your minor illusions so that Steph shows an image, and you show that you can add the sound of the trees, the babbling brook, whatever you want, you know, or the sound of birds.
I kind of just wanted to like finish the bit with Halfwin first to kind of like establish a bit of a trust, and then do
Right.
that because I was kind of in the middle of that.
Okay. Sure. Well,
That
yeah, Hathawin's still a little bit standoffish anyway. So, whilst these treants are mesmerized by the image of the potential grove, what do you want to say to Hathawin?
I would say to us, remember we shared our secrets? You trust me? These guys need
trust
help,
you, Willow.
and I promise that they won't harm you or anything here. If you come out, it will show them a bit of trust, and we can make this work.
All right. Yes, I will do my best to tend to them, but Willow, I fear their forms are too far gone.
They said that
The magic.
their future seedlings was something that can have something, so I don't think they're worried about being fixed themselves. But a promise of a
see.
future.
I can help with that. I can help them bloom in that new place you promised. Kaldahar
No, I'll turn
will
back.
be their new home.
And as she steps out, I'll turn back to the trees. I'll say, "This is Hafon, and I think you could tell that she's trustable. And it's very important that our journey is able to continue, so we can take her out into the grove. And yeah, if you guys can agree to stay here and be safer, we can go in the city and find a wand. There's probably one lying around somewhere. We don't need to take from you. I just want to agree for a future and agree that you won't stop us surviving this journey." And then if Steph wants to start off the minor illusion, I'm willing to like help out there. If Steph like tells us that idea.
Yeah. Absolutely. All right. Well, that can happen. You see the trees as you're describing Hathawin and someone who's trustworthy. They actually, two of the treants step over towards the tree you're standing by, and they actually place their hands against that tree, and they look to be listening. And there's this gentle sway from the branches, perhaps. And maybe in a language only they can really speak. Not druidic. I'm talking like actually speak with plants. They seem to be listening to every little rustle of every leaf. And as they are hearing these small little rustles, the grip loosens around Steph's body. They are lowered to the ground right next to Hathawin.
This tree speaks highly of you, Hathawin. You are a tender caretaker. we will trust our future generation with your hands.
The last treant steps forward, the actual nether oak themselves.
You will not find one lying around. It will need to be broken from my body.
I will. Well,
Is that telepathic, or could we all hear that?
no,
That's
he's speaking
in common to everyone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So at that, Roland would come forward and stand beside Stef and hold out the root from the the Kaldahar oak tree thing,
Mm-hmm.
and say, rather than take from you, I wonder if we might give you a taste of the land that is to come, that your seedlings would grow upon, and I offer something that was gifted by the tree. I seem to have lost my actual lance and has been replaced by this big bendy stick. It is really of no use to me as it is. And he breaks maybe with the growth plant spell that the Willow casting, kind of break off one of the wee extra bits and give it to the nether oak tree.
Or give or merge or whatever. Something like that.
Craft it in, or using druid craft
Yeah,
or something.
Craft it, yeah.
Just as a kind of trade, maybe, but more of a gift.
Okay.
Giving a stick to
Yeah.
a tree.
Basically,
That's kind of funny. That's the equivalent of, like, I guess, strapping a bone in place of a finger. No, it's interesting idea though. I'm wondering if there is actually a magical way to graft it on, but
would druid craft at level we're at? Let me just see if there was a druid craft bloom. You can make flowers blossom, seed pops open, leaf buds bloom. Maybe not.
Okay.
Fruit ripen is level 11. Damn it.
Level 11. What does that do? Ripen, decompose
Ripen all the
rot.
fruits.
Or does
Interesting.
Does Willow have anything? So like Roland offers the gift. Can Willow this work?
Okay, so before that, Graham, this is this is from your lance that was given to you by Sylvanas, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is already a divinely gifted thing. Okay, just wanted to make sure that is what it is. Sorry, go ahead. You want to ask Willow something?
Yeah, I would say Willow hath one. I wonder if as he like kind of bumps it against the nether oak tree, failing to get it. I can't quite get it. Maybe if we would tie it on with a little bit of strap. I would suggest the hammer and nails, but I don't think he'll be very happy about that, do you? So looking to our druid or the dryad to see could they.
Let's see, dryad. They don't have something that would necessarily work with that. I'll let Willow check as well. But there is something else that might happen. No, okay, that's fine.
Grafting it on.
No, there's something else that might work though. That is slightly more interesting because before you offered to trade with this creature, there was going to be something else, another complication. But Stef, you got an idea?
Well, He mentioned something earlier that I found very interesting. He asked which limb do we take, right?
Yeah.
Uh, can I like say to him? I don't think we need a limb exactly. Not something that hurts. What about a hair, whatever that is to you? Kind of ironic that I say that I don't have hair myself. Kind of a hairless creature.
The closest would be an antler.
I kind of gesture towards the big, massive gnarled branches at the top of their head.
Mm-hmm. Well,
It forms into a part of a crown.
you
That is not the issue.
speak of
The magic.
making- Oh.
Holy.
The magic will likely not take kindly.
Hmm.
This
Well,
root, though, seems to be pure, cleansed.
well, might we, like my friend Roland here is clearly trying to offer you a pain-free solution as best as he can. Might I suggest that that Heavowin assists in the procedure? She is a tree tender after all. Maybe she can make it painless.
They do look towards Hathawin. But before that, Zay.
Yeah, before that, the others.
I actually have two questions, one for Faith and one for the Nether Oak.
Yep.
You mentioned an antler. I recall the reindeer from the lands shedding their antlers when the seasons change. Would something similar happen with you?
If the seasons did indeed change. But this land is frozen in time.
You know,
So you don't shed anymore.
No. If we ever did. For us, it has been centuries inside that dome.
yeah,
Okay.
you said you want the true sun.
They said, yeah, that's what they wanted.
Roland, do you still
Yeah.
have that thing lying around?
With the drift globe, yeah.
No,
Before
not
that,
the
though,
drift globe. Not the drift globe, the thing that can cast daylight.
Yeah, that is the drift globe.
That's the
But-
drift globe.
Oh,
Yeah.
wasn't it the summer star or whatever? Okay.
No, that's a
that can
that's
control
the
weather.
thing. That's control.
Yeah, sorry.
But yes, yeah, I was
Alright.
thinking the drift globe could
Okay.
be useful. But I'm also aware
Uh,
Seeker
before that,
CDs
though-
and
Before that, Seeker.
Yeah, because Seeker.
Yeah. So he is going to come in. Whatchamacallit? I'm not sure if I have to roll nature on this or whatever, or if it's kind of something that can be inferred on the uses of wood. Charcoal, divinely enhanced charcoal, would be good for their seedling. Like,
Yeah, like to enrich the soil and begin a new life. Yeah, for sure.
the root could be converted into it. It's the cycle of life attained, and Seeker's proposition in is his straightforward way of doing things. which is thus. Then I suppose I will ask you straightforwardly to explain the situation and let you know and let you make a choice. These ones are seeking to acquire the Mythaline, an artificial sun to banish the winter. To get there are 8 steps. The first we learned of is to shield our hearts with the wand of Never Oak. You are tired of being taken from, of having parts ripped from you. I can only offer you a symbolic way to dance around that issue. A final part, not taken, but given. Hands wrapped around a wand of oak, and it is your strength that sheds it from your body. Given, not taken.
Just one thing. At least I don't know about any artificial sun. That's the first time I'm hearing about this.
That's what the Mythalar is.
Okay. Do you remember the Summer Star?
The Mythalar, yeah.
Yeah.
No, the
Please
Summer
no
Star, the
spoilers.
small globe that Roland has carrying with him. That is a miniature version of the Mythalar.
Yeah, like a little baby prototype. Like this is straight ass like power of the sun making a city float kind of thing.
I would just ask you to please be careful to assume what we know, because I think, for me at least, it's the first time I'm hearing about this.
Oh, this has been mentioned multiple
Yeah.
times during the campaign by multiple wizards
Has it?
from the Arcane Brotherhood.
That-
Yes.
It's been theorized that yes, this Summer Star is in fact a prototype of something larger.
Yeah, but
When you were
we
in
didn't-
the Black Cabin,
as far as I know,
they
we
were
didn't come
using-
here for that specifically.
No, not specifically, but it is sounding like more and more like it is potentially one solution. The whole like city is powered by it, so it's got many potentials. You know, power is power. So it could be used for anything at this rate. But the wizard who had that, they had designs of the Mythalar, and he just tried to create a miniature version of it. That's what that Summer Star was. It's a tiny, like model-sized Mythalar, and if a small little sized thing like that is enough to control the weather and explode, killing people, yeah, imagine what the actual Mythalars are capable of.
Yeah, as far as I've heard from
Uh,
other characters talking about that was like the plan is to get the Mythalar and use the power of the sun. The sun is the deadly laser.
At the time, oh yeah. I love that line. Also, you did learn about it from the Spire of Netheril, the one upside down in the snow. In there was also a book on Mythalars as well. So that's what you definitely have the information and how it works. All right, back to the idea of them breaking it off, given rather than taken, seems to sit well with them, and they almost kind of repeat back the lines.
Given, not taken. That would be a good change. As for you, little shiny one.
They point to you, Roland. That's kind of all they would see if they're like this high up. They just look down and just see your head.
Just a beard and fucking his shiny head.
Yeah.
To them, Professor Scant and Roland look the exact same.
Yeah.
Except Professor Scant has a bluish hue.
You
Might be far enough away that the hand looks like a beard.
Your lance, it is purified cleansed. If we are to entrust our seedlings, we would see them purified of this same corruption. Do this for us, and I will shed an antler forcefully.
And with that, you see them reach up and into their body. You kind of almost hear the snapping of bark as they wrench open their own like chest, and one twisted little vine searches inside before plucking out a small acorn and lowers it down very gently towards you. And this bottle acorn, it's not what you'd normally expect the shape and size to be. It's far, far larger. It's more like the size of like an ostrich egg. And the color is also off. It's almost like, sort of like the purple pears, but this is like a magenta colored acorn. And it's only in the early stages of development, clearly, but yeah, they want you to cleanse it. Because you seem to carry this cleansed branch.
Mm-hmm.
They look to you, Roland.
So I will take it.
Roland, you're a little quiet all of a sudden.
Oh, sorry, thank you. So I kind of look initially to Hathawin and to Willow, but then he looks towards this gifted lance, broken, gnarled, aged, and he remembers that things that are old and broken are sometimes the best channels for the divine. He places the seed into where there's like a little knot in the branch that forms the lance and begins to pray. And as part of that, the drift globe rises out of his pack and opens a daylight spell, and they're all bathed. The whole area is just bathed in the light of the Morning Lord as he recites prayers that welcome not just the day but a summer's day. As spring turns to summer, as seeds move towards bloom, and using Druidcraft cantrip to help it bloom and help it take root into this sacred branch. He sanctifies it and makes it holy.
Can you roll me a religion check for me? And instead of using the intelligence, we're going to say it's your charisma, since that's your spell casting check.
My kingdom to be able to cast enhance ability upon you.
But the drift globe. Oh, go on. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
what did you say? You want to cast enhance ability?
Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. Yeah, go for it.
100%. Sure, I'm targeting him. Let's see, spell slot.
As he is in prayer, I'll add guidance to that as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. 16. Okay. So, what? It's not necessarily this. This isn't like whether this succeeds or fails or not, but more of like a feeling you get as you're trying to reach out and purify this thing. You're seeing as you're trying to use Druidcraft to make it like slightly bloom and grow slightly, and using that cleansed branch as part of it. It does seem to start to grow, and you see the first stages of life of this acorn beginning to stretch out, but instead of it being kind of a natural green, it's still that same kind of little bit corrupted. At least its shell is, and there's like sort of tinges of magenta on the small sprout that's growing out of the acorn. But you recognize this sort of corruption. It's more like a magical disease than anything else. A blight, a magical blight. Knowing that, though, you have a way to combat that blight. And it would be the final touch to this little ritual.
Lesser restoration?
Or even 5 points of lay on hands would also do the job.
Ah, yeah.
I wanted to say, I really wanted to say something, but I'm like...
That works. Either one, honestly.
Yeah, I'll do that. So, 5 points lay on hands.
You got the check. That check was literally just so to see if you could know what to do. That last little tip it over, and that is the full completion of that ritual. I like the fact that you're growing it with your own divine magic under the sunlight. It's taking all the natural elements of the world and a divine little spark to pull this out of its corruption and cleanse it into a new beginning. And all the treants bask in that light. If they could cry, they would, but perhaps instead of tears, they are just leaking sap from their eye sockets as they feel the warmth and sun, like never before. It may be an artificial sun, but they know it's coming from a divine source now rather than a twisted arcane one. And now seeing the new acorn beginning to grow, the others also offer out their seeds as well. I guess this treant pulls out like a small sycamore seed, as does this one. This, I don't know which type of tree this is, but it looks like they've got small buds that they also pluck and add to this bathing sunlight and ritual to cleanse them. And after a few minutes, seeing all of their seeds have now got a new bright future ahead of them, Hathuin will take them under her stead at this point, almost like swathing them like a baby in a sort of what do you call it, like a like a wrapping of leaves. Yeah, like swaddled with leaves. They kind of wrap them up, and this tenderly and mother-like figure will look up to the treants and promise them, when we reach Kuldahar, they will be enriched in the soil and see a new dawn. One where they will not have to suffer at the hands of selfish wizards. I promise you. And after such a touching moment, there is this sudden wrenching sound as you see the treant cracking a section off of their head and snapping. They let out kind of like a roar of pain and agony, but it's agony and pain that they fight through for their young, for their future generation. It's worth every ounce of pain.
is given, not taken. Just as I hope. We are not taken advantage of. We are trusting in you, your kind. See to it that the cycle returns.
And it is lowered down to the floor. And I guess I'll hand it off to Seeker, since you are the one mentioning about given, not taken.
He'll speak up, which is an end of an era, a symbol of finality, to a story of takings before a rebirth. Beauty in its symmetry and asymmetry. He holds it quite, preciously, at least as much as he can.
Yeah, it's this kind of twisted, gnarled wand that's still leaking a bit of sap out of the one end, but it is sort of shaped in that you could hold it firmly in one hand.
Yeah.
And its tip is kind of pointed out so that you could perhaps direct it towards something as if you were flinging a spell from its tip.
Yeah.
They nod.
Beauty. That's something our kind has yet to experience until now.
And they look towards Roland and Hathawin.
No.
You can consider it part of this group's oath that we will see your young delivered to Kultahar. We thank you for your wonderful gift to us.
No. Let us slumber. We wish to rest.
And you see together the three of them, whilst they are sort of digging themselves into the soil, you see Hathawin kind of shoot you a grave look, Willow, saying, I think there is only so much I can do for them. But if they mean to pass away here, I will make it a peaceful one, and one they can hold on to hope for the future.
Thank you. As they could have been really bad, and they could have ended fighting and yelling and angry, and now they get the better end.
Thank you for bringing them here as well, Willow. It's my honor to be able to see them out in their final days. I sense their life force already waning, but it is a peaceful one. And you see all the trees kind of position themselves around the grove. They find a nice patch to dig themselves into, and all of them start to go motionless. Even the glowing of their eyes seem to dim down. Effectively, you've taken them out of that eco dome where they were being held on a magical life support, and now they're able to rest in relative peace and slumber their last final days.
You know what's
Would
funny,
assume-
Hathawin?
Hmm?
We've been meeting different creatures of human and reptile and demon, just rooms with food in them and chests, and I didn't trust a single thing of it. Yet these trees stood up, shot needles, and picked up the wizard, and I trusted every word they said, 100% honestly.
Nature has a way of remaining unbiased. They just
It's the
wish to
right
grow
choice.
and yeah,
Willow,
she
do you want to understand why trusting these trees is easier than a random table filled with foods?
Why?
You can see in the eyes of these trees what their motivation is. A soulless table with food. You can't see why it's there, if it's a trap or if it's a gift. If you can't see the person behind it, trusting it will be difficult.
yeah, go ahead, T.
Seeker speaks up. Everything is made with a purpose. Every object, a legacy. Inexperienced, perhaps, staring at trees so much to see it. But every inch had soul behind it. You just need to look for it to understand why. Different, but symmetrical.
Before I carry on, how many hours have we spent on this day?
Yeah. We can probably long rest here. I was also trying to suggest it.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, would we be a bit tired when we're ending the day, or are we halfway through a day? That would kind of decide how I carry on this conversation.
Yep.
I don't think it has been a full day. Like, it's not been enough time to get a long rest. There's also nothing stopping you from waiting out the rest of the day and then taking a long rest.
Yeah, I
But
think the wonder was like
yeah.
if like 8 or 12 hours have passed.
Yeah.
Which
How long
we did
is
take a
it from the grove to the city?
There's not really travel times listed, so
I mean, a
we'll
day
say
seems
it's about
reasonable.
another.
We've been to 3 towers, right? And
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
could.
We have.
It's probably not
we've
been
had.
that long as what you're thinking, but you have spent a good portion of the day. But if you wish to wait out the rest of the day to the point where you can get a long rest, you can do that as well.
I do know we have spent at least 2 hours in the Conjuration Tower. We have spent about 2 hours in the library. Transportation Tower, not that long.
You sure? 'Cause it took like you took a short rest. That's 1 hour, and then an hour
no,
to get everyone up, and then an
The
hour to get
dwarf
everyone down.
alone?
It's like 3
No,
hours.
that's the. Sorry, I was talking about the Abjuration Tower.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
That,
Sorry.
that,
The
Conjuration is
why-
about
dwarf
3
alone
hours.
takes 6 hours for us all to get in and out again in total.
Yeah,
On our
it's
reach,
probably
probably-
about that.
Yeah, it's probably been about 8 hours of all the travel time in between
Yeah.
that. Like
Mm-hmm.
getting there, going across the city back and forth a couple of times, and then going back.
So we can go do a couple
Right.
of towers then?
You could squeeze them in, but you could also wait.
I think it's a good time
What?
for us to long run, as like
Yeah.
narratively speaking.
Yeah, it does
Oh,
make
yeah,
sense.
call
Yeah.
it that.
If we were to go back to the city, I wouldn't go past the entrance part with the Thunder Colosseum thingy, and that's
Mhm.
actually the only part
Chain
that we
lightning.
haven't seen. Chain lightning.
Okay, well, back character, I'll say, well, we've done a lot in a short space today, and there'll be many more days of this, it seems.
Right. Well,
Let's
if I may,
take some time.
I
about
was
that, right? So, I've got something to say in a second, but you can go ahead, Seeker.
I was going to say something poignant, which is as he approaches them and the taking Vinothic along, that's just been in the middle of all this, like looking around, confused.
Yeah, what's he doing? Yeah,
he's just been
looking
right
up at the
there.
trees.
Yeah,
Looking left, looking right, and then
he
hoping
forgot
they
his
don't
moment
notice.
to like sneak away, so he's just been getting distracted a few
Yeah, he got
times,
left
staring
behind.
really closely at things. Anyways, he walks
Blinded.
over,
Blinded by the light.
holding the branch. A lesson. There is a beautiful efficiency in giving and being given to, taking its time. Something I suppose we learn through us.
Sorry, could you repeat that as a little bit? I'd hear you.
Quiet as fuck.
Weird. But yeah, like like what he was saying was there is a beauty to the efficiency of giving and being given to. The distinction from taking being perhaps it's something that should be learned from the druids. Life lessons.
Yeah.
From a robot who's just trying to like alter the course of wizards that otherwise, as he said, they are a greedy, capricious like sort, and perhaps it's something to learn. At least that's what he's suggesting. Even the villain who's like an old dog in a long game.
That is a good poignant note. Absolutely. I think she thinks on that for a moment, but is also then a little bit pushed to mention something, and that is I did do quite a few hours of scouting with the Arcane Eye. At least 2 hours worth. Yeah, she can cast Arcane Eye twice. Lasts an hour, so so I can report on what I found. And as you were just mentioning about taking a long rest, having some time to pace yourselves. Well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but we are not the only ones here, after all. I spied a couple of gargoyles flying around the city, and those could only belong to Avarice.
Are you saying we need to go find these gargoyles and find out what they're doing?
I'm saying that if we do take a long rest, it does mean they will likely get as much time to search the city as well. So we can expect to be perhaps the second visitors to some of these towers, perhaps. But I understand you don't want to rush in unprepared. So just weigh your options. We can take a nice long rest, but it does mean that others will also be afforded more time.
Well, I've got more in me. I just thought everyone else seemed a bit rough. One. Emotionally, at least.
I actually only used 2 spell slots so far. So, like...
Only
I would also...
Roland
Yeah, I got
favor out of
a
spell
level
slots.
1, 2 level 2s, 2 level 4s, wild shapes. Good.
I think Roland and Faith might be the lowest on spell slots.
I am a little bit lower, yes, but I've still got 2/3 and 1/1. Actually, still holding on to their big spells. So,
But I wanted to say something to the comment Seeker made earlier, actually.
About the objects or
I
giving
find
in.
The thing about Wizard, I find it very funny that you say that, but you didn't have a comment about what I said to the tree earlier.
I don't think Seeker said the, wizards are a greedy and capricious sort, or like bit. It was the minimalist sort of. Perhaps there's something to be learned from the concept of giving and being given to, and how beautifully efficient it is.
Okay.
Like, and I was explaining out of character, like the idea and what that would mean to a wizard.
I just wanted to point it out again because I'm that could be kind of like a hook that I'm also throwing your character, because so far you've always talked about how wizards are reckless and play with others. And my character is very obviously only playing with himself. That sounded wrong.
In character, there actually probably is a differing perspective from that by a good deal. From his kind of like unique read on things.
I know, Senrith. I'm role playing Shorpa. No.
For real.
If you feel like that's a cool beat to hit and you want to play it out in character, that's up to you.
I don't think we have to play it out now. I just wanted to like put some emphasis on it.
Could be something done during like a short rest or as we're heading back, like, or various other things that could happen. There is the concept and the thing I don't think has been touched hugely upon, which is he is standing. He was adjacent on the shoulders of giants, of fucking Neferil, the grave of the greatest, the ones who kind of spat in God's eye and got away with it for a while. Like,
I'm just like, I think my character, after seeing this, is very much on a path of maybe this Neferith's magic is not worth preserving after all that we've seen.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
For all the curiosity that you had going in, the more you uncover, the more you're questioning. It's like the saying, never meet your heroes kind of thing, Oh, the most powerful wizards? Oh, I bet they were great. And then you kind of find out, they're not too great after all.
We'll see where it goes. I wouldn't say it's quite that far, but it's more like you can still have like a curiosity for things and then come to the conclusion and be like, yeah, no, that's kind of a shit take,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Haven't quite reached the level of going, wait a second, Operation Paperclip. These people were fucking horrible.
Right.
What's
It
wrong
might
with
be a
Operation
more
Paperclip? It was all about saving the smart people, right?
Yeah, they never did anything bad. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, they were under duress.
Yeah, trust. Not a single one of them. Anyways, jokes about American history aside.
I thought we were talking about
just-
history.
I
Okay.
just think, like, as a character, I subscribe more to the idea of, like, what the fundamental wizard is. And that's his, like, improving himself, right?
Yeah. There's definitely an interesting aspect of, like, your character's completely differing perspective from what, like, an observer from the side has. Because there's definitely a unique perspective he has that is not exactly in line with what Neferil was about, but is kind of the brutalist, robotic response to the things he's experienced. But that's something to be uncovered. Sounds cool.
Anyway, maybe we make the decision for the long rest next week, because Roland already hopped off. I think I'm also gonna call it now.
Yeah.
That
I'd
seems
personally
appropriate
say
time. I think we peaked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you guys for the
All right.
session. I'll be hopping
Yeah.
off and assist my wife.
Yeah.
See ya. Bye.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Take care,
Night
Stef.
night. Bye.
Yeah.
And we'll be back next week. Till then, yeah, thank you guys for playing. That was some really cool role playing moments. I actually really enjoyed hearing your different approaches, ideas, and you avoided a whole combat with these things. It could have been really bad. Honestly, 3 treants and a bunch of needles. It was going to be a tough fight, but you circumvented that and still got the nether oak and set up a future prospect for these old beings. And I think
Yeah.
that's a cool, more interesting story. So, yeah, good job. Anyway, hopefully
Fighting
see you all
isn't
next week.
always the
Till
end
then,
all goal. Fighting is just a way to bring across a message.
yeah.
Or to test your limits.
All right. And us end the stream here. Bye bye.